Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1407 of the War News stream. And also, before we begin, a happy New Year to everybody in the LSA, and thank you for joining us tonight on New Year's, because of course, most people are shooting off fireworks, but we appreciate everybody being here with us tonight. But we have massive news. We've seen Ukraine overwhelm Russian air defense today in a major attack, and I mean gigantic. We've also seen U.S. officials expose Putin's fake attack claims on his house, and also Iranian cities are now burning to the ground amid escalating riots, and we have major news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, folks, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, because while everyone in America and around the rest of the world is firing off their fireworks right now, at least in terms of the celebrations, we have a lot of fireworks to cover here on this channel that aren't necessarily the kinds you buy at Costco. We got a lot of crazy news to cover over the past 24 hours, and I gotta be honest with y'all, there is no lack of fireworks in terms of world news over the course of this day, because while it is New Year's, it appears that some people are trying to start this thing off on a new leaf. Like those people in Iran who right now are actually conducting an open rebellion against the Iranian government. Right now, we can confirm that one city has fallen to the rebels at this moment within southwestern Iran at the city of Ramhormoz, as all government offices within the city have been burned to the ground, and according to all accounts that we've been able to receive, it appears that Iranian forces have actually been retreating from the town, and that the town is 100% under the control of the rebels that currently possess the town. That is actually the first one that we've heard of that has fallen within the Islamic Republic of Iran, but a larger number of them are also in an incredibly precarious position as well. We have heard of such uprisings and other incidents happening within the city of Isfahan, the city of Avaj. We've also heard of another incident happening in Fasa, where Iranian internal security services are actually firing upon these rebels. Meanwhile, in Karamabad, there was another major uprising that rose up again today, and also in the area of Hamadan, we have once again seen clashes between the internal security forces and the rebels within this area. Tehran is not even safe either. Our Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters and buildings have been burned to the ground in the periphery areas of the outskirts or the gates of the city of Tehran, and additionally we have heard that apparently this is now a humongous ordeal, and it actually appears that the Iranian government is slipping out of control and may actually be collapsing right before our very eyes. The situation is as tense and heated as it was in 1979 when the Shah was overthrown by the Islamic Republic, which still exists to this day. And it looks like the Islamic Republic of Iran may actually have its time to also be 1979 as well. Meanwhile, we've also heard that the People's Republic of China did announce the end of Operation Justice Mission 25, and while it certainly was an operation, and there was a mission involved, there wasn't really a lot of justice, at least by the Chinese definition, in this military exercise. Taiwanese forces remain on high alert at the moment, still waiting to see if the Chinese are truly backing off, and they are currently mining the entrance to the major waterways that lead to the city of New Taipei within Taiwan. Meanwhile, the United States of America has also uncovered the truth today behind the alleged attack against Putin's private residence, which according to the CIA, no such attack has happened. That is now 100% verifiable fact. The entire attack was fabricated. The Russians published some video today showing the incident, and we'll let Matthews laugh, key all in on what that's going to be about, because it's something. The Russians also had another major blackout today within the area of Domodedovo, which has led to another several 100,000 Russian citizens in Moscow also being without power. Ukrainian drone attacks did level a large amount of the Russian Federation's oil depots, oil refineries, and strategic infrastructure, including the Novofedorovka air base near to the city of Saki within the Crimean Peninsula. And we've also heard that the United States hunt for Captain Croc Sparrow is still ongoing at the moment, and that several boats were hit and destroyed today within the Caribbean, while the U.S. is also considering giving up on the pursuit for the Bella 1. We have a decent amount of news today, folks. Also, by the way, I totally forgot to mention this other big piece of news. Is that the Finns have actually seized a Russian ship within the Gulf of Finland and are currently conducting an active investigation into the possibility that the Russians have just severed another undersea cable with the vessel that was just seized by the Finnish authorities. That's also a fairly big piece of news that we're going to be covering today, amongst many others. And I gotta say, folks, I'm actually quite happy that we're on air tonight on New Year's Eve, because we actually have quite a lot of news to cover. And while some people may be out there right now celebrating and partying, they will be back tomorrow in the morning to be able to watch this stream, and they will still be able to hear exactly all the big news that's happened over the course of this day. And there's actually a huge amount of people here right now.
You know what's fascinating, though, is even though I hear, like, artillery going off outside right now, like, Salt Lake City is just going berserk. Like, there's fireworks everywhere. I hear big booms left and right. Hopefully it's all fireworks. But the biggest fireworks show in the entire world is literally the main topic of news tonight, which is Iran. They're having a different type of New Year celebration. A lot of booms, a lot of bangs, but it's not fireworks. It's honestly going berserk inside of Iran. I've never seen anything quite like it, and it seems to be only escalating every single day. So many people were wondering, are they going to back down and go home? They're actually not. They're actually starting to burn stuff to the ground, including the government buildings as well, which was not expected.
Yeah, I would have to say, it is a crazy thing. It's without a doubt a crazy thing. And we're going to be making sure, folks, to get into all of that news that we have in the Islamic Republic of Iran starting right now. To show you all the Islamic Republic of Iran, I have to take you on the map to the Islamic Republic of Iran, as you can see right here. The Islamic Republic of Iran is a nation that is somewhat new for the world, coming into existence in 1979 after a revolution that overthrew the Shah of Persia. The Kingdom of Persia was what was existent in this area beforehand. The Islamic Republic of Iran is an incredibly extremist religious government, basically a theocracy, to where the prevailing religion of the country, which is, I believe, the Shia Islamic religious sect, runs the country with an iron fist and has since 1979. Over the past few years, we have seen that their control inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran is becoming increasingly unstable. And not only that, heavy mismanagement by the Islamic Republic of Iran's government has led to significant issues, especially in terms of natural resources, including water availability around the city of Tehran, where more than 10% of the entirety of the country's population currently resides. We have been able to understand that at the moment, this is apparently culminating into a major issue. Many of y'all will know that on Sunday we did get the initial reports of some sort of a growing protest within Tehran, at least at a minimum, and then we started to hear the next time we were on air, which was yesterday, that it was actually starting to spread. And all of the markers that are in this dark gray color are from yesterday. So I'll show you the ones that we have in Tehran and also the ones that we have from around the rest of the country. We had one in Kermanshah, Karamabad. We also had an additional one further on south and in the area. Actually, apparently we didn't have one further on south. We actually only had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bulletins on this incident yesterday. Today, we have about 11 incidents that have happened within the Islamic Republic of Iran that we have picture and video evidence of, and this is actually confirming that this is spreading. Even according to Iranian state television and also Iranian news sources, we've been able to see that they have apparently started to map the ongoing uprising or tensions within the area, and to fast forward to all of the ongoing incidents that have been heard of and reported, these are the heat maps, I guess you could call it, or points of contention to where the rebellion or the rebels are currently conducting their fights against the Iranian government, largely unarmed, but they are seeing a great deal of success right now at the moment. This is ongoing literally throughout the entirety of the country. And so, interestingly enough, there is no incidents reported inside of Tabriz, although we did hear about an incident apparently several days ago that appeared to have been a part of this uprising. Apparently, this Iranian television network is not stating that's a part of the active uprising. Still, it is a large spread and literally including basically every major or populated city within the Islamic Republic of Iran. More importantly, we've also been able to hear that there were reports of offices of the government being burned down today, along with the offices of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is basically the armed wing of the Iranian government, both in traditional conventional form and also in asymmetrical unconventional form. Now, these reports were something, and you would leave it at that if we were on a normal news coverage. But this is not a normal news coverage. Iran is literally falling apart right now, and there is endless video and picture evidence of government offices literally being burned to the ground. To bring y'all into Tehran first and foremost, and into one of its more northern suburbs, we were able to see that within the northern Tehranian suburb of Asadabad, they were burning down an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters building within that area of the city. You can see in the clip right here, the building burning to the ground.
Oh, wow. They're screaming death to Khomeini.
Yeah, they are. Also, we do have to make it clear that what this guy is screaming behind the camera actually is death to Khomeini. Specifically, that is the exact phrase, word for word translated to English, that not only is the catchphrase of this guy holding this camera, but it's been the catchphrase of every single rebel throughout the country over the course of the day. We have endless clips and videos of thousands of people marching through the streets and even attacking the IRGC and internal security forces while shouting death to Khomeini. It appears that the uprising is entirely based as an anti-government movement against the Khomeini regime that has run the Islamic Republic of Iran since 1979. This also leads us to believe that they generally are more so unified, not due to any specific internal issue like the lack of water, but simply on the overall hatred of the complete incompetence and mismanagement of the Islamic Republic of Iran's government and its extremely violent outlook towards the rest of the world that it's heavily emphasized since it came into power. Additionally, we also saw another clip from Tehran, once again showing another unhappy crowd that was actually yelling Javid Shah, which means long live the Shah in Persian. Here's that clip. Not small
what world city is this one in?
This is actually in Tehran as well.
Wow, that is crazy. Look at that. It wraps around all the way to that other block. Like it's literally up and down all these blocks that you're looking at right here.
Yeah, I would have to be honest with you. This is looking a lot like the Iranian Revolution of 1979. And let me go and pull that up for y'all really quickly to get y'all some parallels here, at least with the general appearance of what this is looking like. This was the Iranian Revolution of 1979. This is the one that actually overthrew the Shah of Persia and brought in the Islamic Republic that we see today. it's incredibly similar looking to what we're seeing right now throughout the entirety of the country, where masses of people rose up in open rebellion, unarmed as well, against the Shah of Persia and overthrew his government and brought in the supreme ayatollahs and so forth and so on that have ruled the country all the way up until the modern present day. Let me go see if I can show y'all here another picture of, let's see here. I want to see if I can get y'all another picture. Here we are. So here's some more of the Tehran demonstrations that were from late 1978 and 1979, when that originally happened about 50 years ago. And it is strikingly similar to the kind of movement that we're seeing today. It appears that, from what we can tell, these people are unified, a lot like the folks were in 1979, in just hating the current government. There really is no prevailing reason as to why. It seems that everyone that's involved may have a slightly different answer as to why they hate the government, due to oppression, due to their mismanagement, due to incompetence, due to corruption, due to their aggressive foreign policy stances. But they are all unified on one thing. They hate Khamenei and they hate the Iranian government, and they want to actively attempt to overthrow it. And they're not just demanding that the government gets overthrown, they're doing nothing about it. To bring y'all out of Tehran for a moment and bring y'all down to a city that is apparently going to be maybe the first of many, I have to bring y'all to the town of Ramhormoz. This is a fairly small town within the southwestern area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but it is one that is incredibly important, at least for our news coverage tonight. This is the town of Ramhormoz, and let me see if I can get you all a picture. This is the only one that we have of this town right here, and I can't tell if that guy is holding a gun or something, but that's interesting. Nevertheless, we do know that this city has fallen to the rebels as of today. From what we know, according to reports that have come out from the ground, every single IRGC office, police office, and government building within Ramhormoz has been burned to the ground by the rebels, and apparently all law enforcement and government officials have been forced out of the town, meaning that right now this city falls completely out of the control of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and technically, due to that void of control or any sort of administration of the city, this city has technically fallen to the rebel uprising that we're seeing happening throughout the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is the first one that we've seen so far, and we can also see the video footage as well of at least some of the government offices burning within the city. You can see one of them right there. Pretty wild.
You know, I'm waiting to see when some of the security forces might end up flipping to the protester side. That's one signal that I'm looking for to see just how bad this is really getting. Obviously, if they're burning government buildings, that's escalating quick. That's obviously one of the biggest steps you can take, is start to burn down the infrastructure like that. So that's a big one. But if we ever start seeing or hearing large numbers of security forces flip onto the protester side, that will be a big, big signal that things could be about to change quick.
I would have to say so. I also see some people saying, oh, I don't like the word rebels. It doesn't sound good. Well, I mean, they are rebels. I mean, you know, the American Revolution was a gang of rebels that rose up against the British crown. And also on top of that, it's like, if the rebels is a bad name, why in the world does everyone root for the rebels and Luke Skywalker in Star Wars? I don't remember them being the bad guys in that movie. And I don't really remember a lot of people saying that rebels are the bad guys in every single situation. And I would say, and certainly
You could call them freedom fighters. You could call them that instead as well.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. I mean, Central Africa has given a bad name to freedom fighters over the past 60 years or so. I wouldn't call them freedom fighters. I would just call them rebels. I mean, they are rebelling against the central government of Iran right now. That is a rebel. So, you know, whether you think it's a bad connotation or not, that's quite literally what they are. And that's what we're going to call them. But moving on out of Ramhormoz and just a little bit to the west to the much larger city of Avaj, it also appears that it's an incredibly strenuous situation within this area as well, because they have been also destroying government offices in this city as well, and possibly attempting to drive all law enforcement and central government forces out of the city at this moment. Oh. I mean, that's, you know, these people are angry. Very angry.
Those are some powerful stones right there. They got some power behind that.
Man, I heard, man, there was a very wise person in this country that said, a can of soup's got some real power behind it, and I think these guys took that to heart because I think they're either throwing cans of soup or they're throwing some stones. Can't really tell which, but they were putting some power behind them, that's for sure.
I tell you what, there is too much violence being committed by these assault rocks. They might have to ban them.
Man, they're probably going to put a rock capacity on your pockets. You can only have a pocket big enough to carry 5 assault rocks. I have a feeling that's coming around.
Oh man, it is crazy though. It's like these people don't have guns, but they get the rocks, they get the sticks. Some of them have bats, I think. I mean, they're getting together whatever weapons they have. If you have a large enough group of people, like clearly the Iranian riders are growing in numbers tremendously. It doesn't matter if they have rocks, guns, or whatever. Just by the sheer number of people, they're going to overwhelm the security forces, even with firearms.
Man, you know what the rebels in Iran and us in America have in common?
What's that?
We both believe that freedom rocks. Get it?
Oh, that's a good one there. That's a good one.
That's a pretty good one. But things have not all been peachy inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. Of course, the Iranian government has been putting up resistance, including in the smaller town of Fasa, within the southern area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, to the southeast of the major city of Shiraz. Within this small town, a large amount of rebels have also been seen here, actively attempting to once again deprive the area of any government control, much like we've seen in other areas. The Central Forces and security teams of the Islamic Republic of Iran were firing live rounds directly into the crowds of the unarmed rebels that we have been seeing in the other cities, and also were seen inside of Fasa over the course of the day.
I doubt they're using beanbags.
I don't think so. I don't actually think they have anything along those lines like riot control. I think everything is actually kinetic in Iran, which means that it's a live actual round. So it does appear that they may be firing slugs of some sort into the crowds at this point, but that appears to be the case.
Yeah, it's hard to duck a slug.
Yeah.
Somebody's getting a crack out of that, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. But we can see, crazily enough, although these folks are unarmed, they're still trying to find a way to advance onto the security forces and either attack them or take them out, one or the other, just with their bare hands. So I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. If you ever saw a moment when a rebellion or an active revolution is highly likely, it's at a point like this where unarmed people are willing to face down active gunfire to continue to charge at government forces and take them out. That's when you know that a revolution is in the making, because when people get that violent that not even gunfire will back them down or make them stop from trying to attack government forces, you know that there's an ongoing revolution at this point. There's no doubt about it. And I also want to make it clear, because some people also say, well, these people are unarmed, so they have absolutely no ability or potential of causing a larger revolution or a civil war within Iran. I also want to remind y'all that in the Syrian civil war that started in 2012, none of the Syrian public was armed at all, and yet the Syrian civil war still began because that many people hated the Syrian government under Bashar al-Assad, and multiple different factions popped up overnight to be able to try and fight the Assad regime, and to also try and crush the other groups that had risen up against the Assad regime as well. None of those groups were armed initially, but they did find a way to arm themselves later. And considering that these people are violent and angry enough against the government to be doing such a thing as this, it is incredibly likely that they will be trying to find a way to arm themselves and start conducting armed attacks against the Iranian government soon. In Isfahan, similar scenes were also seen within the outskirts of Falad Shahar, which is a small suburb in the southwestern area of the city, where ongoing clashes were also seen between the rebels and also the internal security services, seen in this clip. Through the myriad of headlights, you can see large amounts of people throwing Molotovs, rocks, and everything else in between at the security forces, which are obscured in the clouds of smoke and also in the darkness of the night. We now see a large crowd of them charging to the right side. We now hear some sort of a flashbang going off, possibly somewhere. We didn't see it on camera. We now hear what sounded like a gunshot as the crowds are now rounding back into frame.
Wow.
I don't know what that was that just flew through the crowd, unfortunately. And another one went flying through the crowd. They appear to be some sort of a firework, possibly, because they don't look to be any sort of riot control weapon or an explosive, and so it looks to be civilian made. So I believe those are fireworks that are attempting to be launched at the police.
Honestly, this is wild. Like that, those crowds have a lot of fervor to them. Like these are not just like mild protesters. These people, I think these people are ready to pretty much risk it all at this point. They seem like they're going all the way. They're ready to lay down their lives over this. So that's wild to see that. I'm not sure if this is just going to end. I'm beginning to think this is going to be something that's going to only get worse.
I'm not going to lie, these people seem bloodlusted at this point. Like, they're looking to just inflict pain on anyone who's affiliated with the government. And once people get this angry, folks, there's no way to back them down, really. At this point, you're basically forced into a confrontation with them. And if you try and, like, just to tell y'all how this would go on a more abstract sense, if we take a step back, how this has gone historically, if you shoot them, it's only going to embolden people even further to rise up and join them, the rebels. If you don't, they're still going to end up posing a significant threat and slowly build up their forces and eventually overthrow the government. At this point, basically what this is that it's a snowball already rolling down the mountain, and it's picking up snow at this point. And no matter what the Iranian government does, they're either going to let the snowball build up to be large enough to wipe out the government slowly, or they can try and take extremely violent action, which is shooting at these people en masse and create massacres, which will then embolden and incense an even larger part of the public to join the rebels and to try and overthrow the currently existing government. So either way, I think that, to be entirely honest with y'all, the stage is set at this point for a highly likely collapse of the Iranian government. It would be highly unlikely that if they survive this, they would last any longer than several years farther on from this, at least in my honest opinion. A lot of people actually are talking at this moment before we show y'all any further clips from other cities around the Islamic Republic of Iran, because we actually have to get into central Isfahan, and we have to get into Karamabad and also Hamadan as well. But before we get on into all of that, I do want to talk with all of y'all about what y'all are thinking with what's going on in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and what y'all are thinking is going to be the highly likely outcome that will be happening within some set period of time or ever. And Matthew, what are people thinking about the situation within Iran right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so the poll is basically asking, where do you think this situation is going to lead? Because right now the riots are escalating. They're definitely not de-escalating. They're getting much worse daily, and this has been going on for several days now. So they're not going home. They're clearly coming out in larger numbers, and now they're setting fire to the cities. So they're burning stuff to the ground and also going head on with security forces that are even armed with shotguns and rifles, which shows you how dedicated they are. They're willing to face down people that are armed while they're unarmed. So where's this going to go? 33% said Iran will likely fall within days, while 29% said Iran will likely fall in weeks, and 28% said Iran will not fall, but it will remain in a major struggle. So this one here, I'll be honest, I'm kind of with the enforcer on this one. They have crossed the line of no return at this point. The Iranian rioters, more like the Iranian citizens, they are basically not in fear of their life anymore from the regime. That is the only way the regime had control over the people, was to put them in fear of death. And right now the rioters are not in fear whatsoever of losing their life, and they're willing to lay their lives down to overthrow the government. So I think once you get past that point and everybody's willing to go all the way, I'm not sure if this is going to end very well for the Iranian regime. So I don't see it falling within days. That would be a little bit too quick, but we could see a fall or a major collapse perhaps of the government within several weeks. I'm actually with the 29%. I think they have passed that point of no return. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say they have definitely passed a point of no return, but there's a lot of ways that this can go, and this could get put down, but it's not going to mean that it's over, especially in even the short term. The Islamic Republic of Iran does have the ability at the moment and an advantage against the rebels, considering that the rebels are largely unarmed from what we can tell, to be able to put them down through the force of arms. This will most likely lead them to conduct significant massacres against the civilian populations, which are currently involved in the rebellion at this moment, to put them down and pretty much put the rest of them into hiding. However, the problem with that is that these people are showing right now, just by how they're acting, that they are willing to injure and kill government officials in any capacity to try and achieve their means. So these people are as violent as it can get. They are, at this point, revolutionaries in their own sense, with the fact that they're willing to either die for their cause or martyr themselves to further their cause to try and overthrow the Iranian government. Once a group reaches this point, it's basically a point of critical mass to where there's really no way to back them off of this kind of a destructive path, because they will continue on this path of destruction to any means, to any depth, to any level to achieve their goal of overthrowing the Iranian government. Much like every group in the Syrian civil war also went on that very path and goal to overthrow the Assad regime. So with that in mind, these people are going to keep this going. Now, the Iranian government can put them down, but if they do that, they are going to be showing the Iranian public, because word will spread, even if they try and censor the news, that massacres were conducted against the public. This is going to turn a lot of people who generally might be sitting on the fence right now against the Iranian government, and this will probably emerge again within several years as another violent revolution, one that would be unstoppable at that point, because practically the entire public would be turned against the government. There is something very similar like this that happened, not just in the Syrian civil war, or at least the startup to the Syrian civil war, but also within the Russian Empire. To bring this back to Russia for a minute, the Russian Empire at the beginning of the 1900s was starting to become incredibly weak due to the rise of socialism, or specifically communism, within the Russian Empire. But to be entirely honest with y'all folks, it was actually the rise of socialism, not communism. Communism was only brought by Lenin, and that's a giant historical rabbit hole to explain how that actually happened. But they were actually massively into socialism at that time, and believed that the Tsar and also the Tsarist imperial regime should be replaced with some sort of a democratic institution that starts to respect the rights of the workers and the farmers much more than those of the elite of the Russian Empire. In 1905, there was actually a revolution that was attempted against the Russian government that is hardly ever talked about, and the Russian Empire put that down by shooting and killing the attempted rebels. It's basically the same situation that we're seeing in Iran right now. Hundreds were massacred by the Russian imperial government, which did nothing to make them look any better. As a matter of fact, it was actually a little bit interesting with that. Tsar Alexander II, who was the Tsar at the time that was conducted, was actually working pretty much entirely off of the word of his advisors, because he had focused hardly at all on any statescraft when he was not the Tsar, and so when he became the Tsar, he leaned heavily on his advisors to tell him what to do in basically every single situation. And his advisors were terrible and told him to do basically everything wrong. That's actually what led to him and his wife and his entire family, the Romanov dynasty, being killed by the Bolsheviks later on in the Russian Civil War. But the 1905 failed revolution is what led to the successful 1917 Bolshevik Revolution and the Russian Civil War that will eventually lead to the death of the entire Romanov family and the collapse of the Russian Empire and the ushering in of the Soviet Union. So you can see that in situations like these, it is possible to put down this group of people. There is enough bullets, and there is at least enough soldiers at the moment to be able to conduct heinous acts and atrocities against humanity inside of Iran. But that's only going to make the situation worse in a couple of years. The smartest thing for the Iranian government to do at this point would be to listen to these people and at least concede to some of their demands to some degree. Even if that means that they're starting to lose control and influence in the government, they would retain some level of control rather than completely losing it. They're not going to do that, however. This is an extremely theocratic sort of a government, and on top of that, they are very heavily driven by ideology, meaning that they're going to resort to extreme acts of violence to put these people down, and that's going to mean that they're pretty much sealing their own fate and destroying their government and eventually seeing it collapse. Now, I can't give y'all a time frame on when that's going to happen. It could be days, it could be weeks. They might even be able to put this down right now, and it arises again in a couple of years and actually takes them on out. But it's certain at this point, this is an unstoppable motion that we're seeing inside of Iran that the Iranian government cannot stop. All they can do is either speed it up or they can try and slow it down a little bit, but the result will be all the same in the long run. But with that,
Isn't it crazy when you think back about it? I was just going to take a look real quick here. We reported on there was like a little isolated incident inside of Iran a couple of weeks back where some police officers got stoned. Basically, they had to run away from the Iranian civilians because they were getting stoned in the streets over some protest or riot that was happening in a different part of the country. That happened. Looking back here at this streams that we ran a short while ago. Apparently, that was about a month ago, actually. So within a month after that happened, now we see literally almost every major city in Iran has just delved way, way deep into massive riots. Well, it's really crazy how that broke out this severe. I was not expecting it to get this severe, to be perfectly honest, but apparently they were simmering the entire time to just explode.
They have been simmering for quite a while. We know that for sure, because if you'll remember, Matthew, we've actually been hearing murmurings in the background about the sort of general dissent against the Iranian government and that it was eventually going to boil over, and it looks like it actually is at this point. So that's incredibly interesting to us, at least on this end, because it appears that the prophecies that we were told, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Matthew, actually came into being, at least at this point, and it looks like they're now moving against the Iranian government. And not only within the outskirts of Isfahan, to get us back into the rest of the clips that we have within the area of Isfahan, we have also been able to see within the inner part of the city active rebellions as well, with everyone once again chanting, this year is the year of blood and the regime of Ali Khamenei the Butcher will fall. That was the active chant that was seen in this clip.
Also, look at the age of these people, by the way. These appear to be mainly young people because you have a much better view of it than I do because it's a little bit smaller on my screen, but these mainly look like young people. Like those people in the front there look like they're maybe in their 20s, their early 20s or so.
Yeah, they really do look like a younger crowd, but it was a younger crowd that also did the revolution in 1979, and it was also younger crowds that started the Syrian Civil War and the Yemeni Civil War. So this definitely does have the ingredients to become a revolution at this point. It basically already is, folks. We just are watching it in the process and seeing how it's going to turn out. Meanwhile, outside of Isfahan and further on over in Karamabad, we've also seen another uprising emerge here within this city today as well. At least a small clip that we have of that one. This one was a lot more demure than the others so far, but it most likely will get incredibly hostile and incredibly violent quite quickly. Meanwhile, up at Hamadan, we were able to see more continued clashes between the authorities and the rebels within this city as well.
Isn't it interesting, in every single street riot, there's always a person that grabs the dumpster every single time. Like, that happens in America, it happens in Iran, it happens everywhere. There's always a person with the dumpster. They take the dumpster, and most likely, if they can, they'll try to light the trash on fire and dump it sideways. That's like a typical riot type of deal. You have to do that if there's a riot.
Man, you know they're going to get real, folks, when they get into the French rioting scene, because the French rioting scene is probably one of the rawest that you can ever witness. French riots are basically wars in the streets. They'll catch cars on fire, they'll tip over police cars and also set them on fire, they'll light the dumpsters on fire and fling them at the cops, they'll make Molotovs, they'll pour shit on the government buildings from the tractors, like they'll do anything and everything. When you see that these people start getting into the French rioting scene, and that's when you know that things are getting incredibly real, because the French do not play when they riot. Now, rioting is actually a national sport in France, if y'all don't know, and they are quite skilled at it. I actually heard that in the Riot Olympics, they actually won gold medal basically every single year since the beginning of those Olympics, back in the 1870s or so. So, with that in mind, the situation in Iran is incredibly strenuous and quite fragile at the moment. We are assuming that it's probably going to be collapsing at some point. Once again, we don't know when, but this is a sort of formula that you would see that would start off the Syrian Civil War, the Yemeni Civil War, the Russian Revolution, and also the Iranian Revolution in 1979. It has every single key essential ingredient to turn into a major situation that would threaten the very existence of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and at this point we might be seeing the Iranians' final days before they return back to some form of a Republic of Persia or some other form of government a lot like that, maybe even a monarchy possibly. Moving on out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, however, and on into the rest of the news that we have for the day, we're actually going to be moving on up and into the Russian Federation, as we have had some very interesting news coming out of the Russian Federation, or more so a lack of. You know, that's actually a little bit interesting, folks. We have breaking news on the lack of news. A lot of y'all heard on Matthew's short war video, and then on our stream yesterday, and then on this, also on our video yesterday as well, and then on this stream tonight, that Putin's residence was attacked by about 90 Ukrainian drones. Now, the Russians have not published any video or picture evidence of such an incident the entire time that it's been claimed that this happened. We have also seen as well that several countries, including the United Arab Emirates, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and the Republic of India, have all openly condemned the attack and stated that the Ukrainians are clearly working against peace by conducting such an unsolicited attack on His Excellency Vladimir Putin. One thing that we pointed out on this channel from the very get-go is that the Russians have provided literally no proof or evidence of this happening at all. There's been no video or picture evidence whatsoever, and it appears that the Russians then stated yesterday that they didn't have to provide any evidence, and everyone just had to believe them at face value because the Russian government clearly does not lie. Today, apparently they decided that that wasn't good enough, and so they finally released a little bit of video evidence of the incident. And I have to show y'all the proof. Here is the proof.
I've been waiting for this all night, folks. Y'all gotta see this.
Let's not say anything through the first playthrough, Matthew, at all. Let's just let the sounds play and everything else, and then we'll break it down afterwards once the run through is done. So we're going to show you all this right here.
Holy cow. Can you believe that they actually published that? Can y'all believe that, by the way? I mean, everybody knows this is AI. This isn't a secret. Like, you can look at this and tell it's AI, like, within 2 seconds. Can you believe that they put this out?
You know something, folks? There's so much to break down here. Let's take a look at this again. We're going to turn the audio down this time to a very low level and break it down that this is an AI-made video. The Russians actually published this, though, as verifiable proof that Putin's private residence was attacked. I'm not even kidding y'all, folks. This was their actual evidence of the attack, which confirms that there was not one at all, and now they're trying to make it look like there was one. First off, these drones are about the size of Baba Yagas. We have never seen a Baba Yaga used on a long-range attack. Those are tactical frontline bombers or support drones, and we have never seen them used in a long-range form. Then, out of the blue, like while they're
it's the Star Wars X fighters or X wings or whatever they're called. They're literally hovering around above the house.
So then one of them just kind of like blows up out of the blue right here. Then it flings down what appears to be a signal flare out of the bottom of the drone, which then turns into a literal pyrotechnic show in front of the front door of the building. It sounds like it.
Look at that. Look! The car just drove straight through the fountain. The car literally drove through solid concrete. Look at that.
Look at this. It's a miracle, folks. Look at that. Next thing you know, Putin's going to be walking on water. Look at that.
That is crazy. Look at this thing come flying at the camera. Totally fake. There was no shape to it. It was just a blob.
So now, folks, I got to get y'all to the real news, which is the lack of the news. The United States Central Intelligence Agency has confirmed today and did brief the President of the United States that there was quite literally no attack on Putin's residence. The U.S. President was briefed today by CIA Director John Ratcliffe on a U.S. intelligence assessment that there was no Ukrainian attack on Vladimir Putin's residence, as he had claimed. The President and basically most of the world had been duped. and the president is now stating that Russia is standing in the way of peace. This was a statement today by the president, which was incredibly short, but quite succinct. Putin's attack bluster shows Russia is the one standing in the way of peace, and then he cited a New York Post article link to go to the article that spoke further about the fabrication and the complete deception that the Russian Federation was attempting to peddle to the entirety of the world, and some people were actually apparently gullible enough to believe. It's kind of crazy that anyone would have ever believed it at all. The Russian government lies about literally everything. This isn't anything new. We've literally watched them lie about even taking major cities on the Ukrainian front line just the week before this. That was a complete fabrication and a lie. In the midst of the Ukrainians conducting a sweeping counterattack, completely retaking the city at the same time they made that announcement. We've also seen that the Russian Federation has lied about their economic situation, the abilities and competency of their military, the abilities and competencies of their modern strategic nuclear forces and nuclear weaponry, and also their missile programs. We've seen the Russian Federation lie about literally everything. It is absolutely crazy that anyone would even believe, much less national leaders that have entire intelligence agencies at their command, the statement from Putin that an attack was conducted on his private residence by 90 drones and not a single bit of proof of a single drone attacking his residence was ever shown or proven by the Russians, by the Russian public, or by anyone else for that matter. The Belarusians did come out today, though. They did try to help Putin save face, and they actually condemned the non-existent attack. Lukashenko condemned the Ukrainian attack and said, "This is the most brutal terrorism at the highest state level." Now, that's a real little thing right there. You know, this actually tells you, folks, a quite great deal about Lukashenko. You know, Lukashenko knows at this point when he made this statement today that the entire thing is BS because basically everyone's found that out. But instead, he's still going to buddy up with his boy Putin so that he doesn't get overthrown due to a lack of support. And he's going to still say that it's brutal terrorism at the highest state level. A non-existent attack didn't even happen. No proof at all. But it is a brutal terrorism at the highest state level. That's the quote of the year, folks, and it's rounding out this year and starting off a new one, and I'm sure there's going to be even dumber quotes literally tomorrow. So that's currently what we know about the attack on Putin's private residence. The entire thing was a fake. And it appears that right now the president is saying that the Russians and Putin are actually the one that doesn't want peace. But as many of y'all know, taking that and running with it as in, the president has finally learned that the Russians are bastards, doesn't really hold up too well. It hasn't held up well all this year. He's done this, I think, like 6 or 7 times, and then he'll flip back to the Ukrainians are at fault for the whole thing, and then we'll be back to square one. So a lot of people are talking about what the president's probably going to be doing, due to him stating that Russia and Putin is the one standing in the way of peace. And Matthew, what are you thinking about it as well?
So right now, I feel like we need a statement from several different people. We need a statement from Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. We need a statement from Narendra Modi of India. We also need a statement from Alexander Lukashenko. We also need a statement out of the United States. We need clarifications here because apparently there is zero evidence that Putin's house was attacked, but yet all these people were trying to basically suggest that it was true. So where is the retraction after all that stuff right there? They're very quick to come out and defend Putin over a fake attack, but they won't say a single word about real attacks being conducted on innocent civilians by Putin every single day. So that's really something there. They were very quick to jump to that, and it turned out to be totally fake. So right now, we're seeing the U.S. president, he's apparently, like the enforcer just mentioned, reposted an article accusing Putin of standing in the way of peace, which is a pretty big change, but, you know, changes can be sometimes a little bit temporary in the United States. But what's happening? 42% said the U.S. president will change his mind yet again, while 33% said the U.S. president has given up on Putin, and 17% said it's too early to tell right now. So this is tricky. This one truly is tricky because the U.S. president before has flipped on Putin, I believe 2 times in the past, and then after a couple of weeks or a couple of days even, then he goes back to putting Zelensky on the hot seat. So it's hard to tell if this is going to be certain. There's pretty much nothing certain right now with the U.S. president. Nothing is certain. It flips on the daily, and that's not being political. That's just a pattern of behavior. So we have to be very cautious taking this as a true change of policy. But for right now, though, at least in the temporary short term, it appears the U.S. president is very pissed off with Putin, and he at least recognizes that the attack was a fake and a phony on Putin's house. That's all we can pretty much take from it. But Enforcer, what say you?
Did you just hear that a second ago?
What was that?
I think the Israelis were in my neighborhood, man, because it sounded like a 2,000-pound bomb went off like 3 blocks away. I was like,
Oh,
what?
damn.
Like, I'm not kidding, man. That was huge. Like, I actually kind of jumped a little bit for a second. It came out of literally nowhere. It was perfectly silent for like 5 minutes outside, and then it was just like, boom. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, wow, whoever got that one, they spent a lot of money. But beyond that, I would say that the president's most likely going to change his mind. That's a high likelihood at this point. Because, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Look, you fool me once, you can't fool me again. This has happened so many times over the course of the year where he says that Putin's the one who's making the war tough to end, and then he completely reverses what he said like a day or two from now, and then he denies that he even ever said that. That's just how it is. So I wouldn't even really I'll be honest with y'all, I don't put a lot of stock in anything that the president says anymore, because he could say one thing today and another thing tomorrow. Affordability is a big issue in this country, then the next day it's a hoax. One day we're releasing a dossier, the next day it doesn't exist. Dang, there it went again. Is that a storm?
Oh, damn.
Dang,
No,
bro.
there's no storm outside. That's no storm.
Damn, son, they're having an airstrike outside, like, legitimately. It's literally shaking the entire building right now. I'm like, damn. I don't know what's going on out there, but it's pretty heavy, that's for sure. But nevertheless, I would say that 100% the president's probably going to change his mind, and we'll be back to hearing that the Ukrainians are really the ones at fault for the whole thing, and that the Ukrainians need to meet the Russians where they're at instead of making a compromise with them. I'd be highly likely believing that that's going to be the case.
And unfortunately, it's a bit of a personality thing as well. With people that have the personality of the president, they tend to operate in a very I don't want to use a cliche term, but a narcissistic way of operating. They like to keep people uncertain and also on a shaky ground, so that way they're really not sure how things are going to go. It's like a way to keep leverage over people, basically. So instead of letting Zelensky rest easy, knowing that the U.S. is going to support his country, typically people like the U.S. president will keep them yanked around on a leash by making them think, oh, one day I might flip, the next day I might be on your side. So it basically keeps Zelensky on edge, having to basically placate and also please the president nonstop daily and basically placate his ego, so that way he can maintain support. So it's an unfortunate way to operate. That's obviously not a good way to operate, but that's generally the personality that we're working with here. So it's like that with everything. It's not just Ukraine. It's like that with pretty much everything. Except for Putin. Putin gets a free pass for some reason, but Zelensky doesn't, and most other European allies don't either.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. So I'd say, and also before we move on, I see some people saying it's New Year's fire. I know, folks. Like, we literally start off the stream by saying it's New Year's Eve. We know it's fireworks. It's just that these are so damn large. I mean, like, literally, folks. It sounds like those airstrikes happening in Russia are right outside, or the Israelis are right outside. Like, it's like I wish I could look out a window right now and see what in the world they're firing off out there, because they have to be like those Yon Shankadamas from Japan that are like 500 pounds or something like that, because they are huge. They're literally rocking the entire house right now. Like, it's not little concussive booms like you hear from even the big mortar fireworks. These are literally rattling the house when they're going off. There's been 3 of them now, and I'm like, I don't know what they're firing off out there, but it's absolutely massive. Like, honestly, I just didn't expect that in the middle of Salt Lake City, because back in Birmingham, I think we had a city ordinance to where individuals couldn't fire off fireworks. You had to like get a permit from the city to do like a city fireworks show or something like that. So they were usually like well off, kind of rare and very controlled, and they never had fireworks that big. They never had fireworks that were shaking an entire building from like a half mile away, because they don't sound like they're close, but they're still shaking the building. It's crazy. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also out of the news from the Russian Federation about their complete lie, which is a flat-out lie at this point. And it's time for us to move on up into the Gulf of Finland, because it appears that the Finns are going to be helping a couple of Russians to have a good New Year's, because they have actually boarded and detained a vessel within the Gulf of Finland off of the coast of Porkala Peninsula that is suspected of damaging submarines cables running between Finland and Estonia. According to the Helsinki Times, the Fitbird Petersburg, a St. Vincent-flagged Russian-owned cargo vessel that had departed St. Petersburg, Russia, bound for Israel on Tuesday, is believed to have used its anchor to damage upwards of 5 underwater submarine cables operated by the Finnish telecommunication company Elisa early in the morning on Wednesday. You can actually see a picture here of the Finnish Coast Guard stopping the vessel and apprehending it, and the investigation is undergoing at the moment as to whether or not this vessel was involved in the sabotage of these key cables. Meanwhile, while Finland is working on that investigation, the Finnish Prime Minister Stubb, or President Stubb, has actually stated that Finland is prepared for security challenges of various kinds and will respond to them as necessary, following reports of damage calls this morning to several underwater submarine cables by a Russian cargo ship in the Gulf of Finland. Basically, what the Finnish president is saying is that they don't play around, and if the Russians want to play games, the Finns will play games. Many people will know that the Finns played a very famous game with the Russians called the 1939 Winter War, which they ended up surprisingly winning. The Russians planned on invading Finland and annexing it during that time. The Finnish turned out to be a lot like Ukraine. They actually did it in a much shorter amount of time than the war in Ukraine took. The Finnish Winter War was about roughly 5 months to 6 months, I believe. The war in Ukraine is about to be going on for 4 straight years, coming up this February. So it appears that Stubb is making it quite clear. They'll play games with the Russians if the Russians want to play games, and it'll probably be best not to do it.
But before you click off of this, though, like click back on this picture, and just out of curiosity, how old do you think Stubb is?
In his 40s, probably.
You think he's in his 40s? Okay, so I was confused because when Stubb went and met with the U.S. president, I think the U.S. president called him a young man or something, or acted like he was like young or something. This guy right here is actually 57 years old. To me, he looks like he's in his 40s or something, but he's almost 60 years old, at least according to Google. So he doesn't look 57, but everybody's acting like this guy is a young man or something. So I'm like, this isn't exactly a young man. I would say this is a grown man here.
In most countries around the world, this is called an aged and seasoned politician. In America, this is called a young whippersnapper.
Man, he's getting penalized for his youthful looks. I would say because he's not a young man.
Man, I gotta say, American politics is kind of cooked when the president of the United States says he's a young man when he's 57. It's like, that's not young. Like, that's middle-aged, well into middle age. It's like, how they anyways, folks, enough of that, folks, because then I'm going to be reminded of the folks in the Senate and the Congress right now who are also in their hundreds at the moment. They're in their hundreds and they're still gathering Social Security. And it's like, damn, it's like, that's a tough one right there, folks. But anyways, moving on from that, it does appear that the Finns are currently making it clear they'll play games with the Russians, and people love to play games. Moving on down into Poland, we also heard that they have announced that mine production in Poland has increased for anti-tank mines 25-fold, meaning that it's a 2,500% increase in anti-tank mine production. So the Polish are pumping these things out like a Chinese sweatshop, and that means they're putting out a lot of these. So we'll hopefully see that the Polish have enough of these for when war comes, because it sounds right now that they are rapidly increasing production. Outside of that, we have also heard that in other areas of the world, we've gotten some fairly interesting news. But before we get on into all of that news, though, I do have to say that I'm actually wildly shocked, I think Matthew might be as well, with how many people have been watching the show tonight. It is New Year's Eve, folks. And I've got to be honest with y'all, I actually didn't expect a lot of people to be watching the show tonight, because I thought that there was going to be a load of people out enjoying and celebrating New Year's. It actually appears that instead of going out and enjoying and celebrating New Year's away from the Enforcer channel and away from the Lee Spring Army, a lot of y'all have actually decided to enjoy it here, because we have gotten 62,000 views in 1 hour, which is actually incredibly high for the first hour of the show. And not only that, there is still 12.3 thousand of y'all here, and there were 13,000 of y'all here at the peak last night. That's actually pretty crazy to see, and we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that a lot of y'all would actually spend your New Year's Eve watching this show and listening to the breaking news. We're very honored for that, and because we're honored for that, we do want to make sure that we take a little bit of a moment to be able to talk to a couple of y'all and get 3 live chats. We're giving everyone a moment to get some snacks, go to the restroom, and check business emails. Although you're on New Year's, take a break, take it easy, folks. Don't check your business emails, go get a snack or something. But we're going to make sure to give you all a little bit of time to do that, and also give us a little bit of a halftime here in the news for people to get ready for our next news segments, which include the war in Ukraine, the strikes inside of the Russian Federation, the conclusion of Operation Justice Mission, and also the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow. So, Matthew, let's get those 3 questions. What do we got?
Also, by the way, a lot of our viewers are actually, some of them are actually military veterans, and a decent portion of those veterans, I believe, from at least what I've been told by some of them, do deal with PTSD. So a lot of them probably don't want to be in the mix of the fireworks situation, because of course a lot of loud noises and stuff is not good for that. So they probably are here because they don't want to be out in that mess, to be perfectly honest. So honestly, I'm glad we're live tonight. That we have a lot of people here. It's surprising how many people we have here tonight. We were expecting half of this viewership tonight because of all the New Year stuff going on. But with that, though, let's jump right into our first super chat, which goes to Remy Andre Rogsnoy, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Remy, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very much. And they said, Happy New Year from Norway. And here's to another year of an ever-growing LSA. And you both are epic. And keep up the astonishing work. And LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and a humongous thanks to you, Remy, for the support all the way from Norway. A really cool country. I like Norway. Norway's a neat place. And we actually have a lot of Norwegian viewers. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and a happy New Year's to you as well. It is New Year's. You can always tell when the windows and the walls are rattling. It's New Year's here in America. That also happens on the 4th of July. And I got to thank you massively for celebrating the New Year here with us tonight. And hopefully we will have a good year this next year. I've got to be entirely honest with y'all, though. I think, folks, this next year is actually going to be pretty strenuous as well, given the current foreign policy situation we're dealing with going into this year. This next year may not be a time of de-escalation. It may actually be a time of escalation in most other places around the world. Hopefully, we'll be able to manage that well. Hopefully, we have competent officials at the helm in foreign policy that are able to make the right calls at the right time. In the name of the Republic, of course. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, on top of that, I'd have to say thank you so much for the incredibly kind words. We are maybe epic, and maybe we do astonishing work. Maybe. But I gotta say, we are entirely honored to know that people have such high praise for us. We just generally do what we do. We talk this stuff all the time, and I was talking this stuff myself personally, yapping people's heads off and annoying the hell out of people my entire life growing up doing this. And it's a wonderful and high honor to know that so many people really appreciate just me yapping on air. And also Enforcer Matt as well. But for me personally, because I used to annoy the hell out of people doing this my entire life when I was a kid, like grown adults and parents would be like, what the hell are you talking about? You're never going to do anything with that information. Why don't you go and talk about something real? And then I did this for a living. so with that, a huge thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so our second super chat goes to Mark Ead, and thank you very much, Mark, for throwing in that $50 support right there, and also being very generous all the time with that support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And Mark said, January 1st, 2026, New Year's, and take one for the chat, guys, and LSA from New Zealand.
And a big LSA to New Zealand, and a Happy New Year to Mark Ead. And I gotta say, it's I think y'all are already celebrating New Year's in New Zealand. Am I mistaken in that belief, Matthew?
I think it's already 2027 in New Zealand.
You mean 2026?
No, I think they skipped forward a year. I think they just passed 2026.
Man, they just said, yeah, we're just going to skip that. We're going to get straight to the war with China. It's like, damn, all right.
They're trying to skip to the crazy part. You're like, listen, cut the bullshit. Take it straight to the war, okay?
Man, New Zealanders, folks, they're all about that business. They're like, 2026, the build up to World War III? Nah, we'll just pass on that. We'll go to World War III immediately. Thank you. Like, don't pass.
New Zealand is New Zealand. Is that the Kiwis or is that them?
Yeah, they are the Kiwi people.
Okay, the Kiwis. I was just making sure. I wasn't wanting to misappropriate the Kiwis to the wrong place, but apparently New Zealand is the Kiwis. The Kiwis don't screw around. Okay, the Kiwis they're looking for some trouble. They're not cruising for a bruising. They're kind of looking to dish it a little bit. I think you could say New Zealand is formidable. You got to admit.
New Zealand and Australia are incredibly formidable. You know what's the most formidable British Commonwealth in the world? It is Canada. Canada is a sleeper nation, if you've ever heard of one, folks. They are always having this reputation globally as these really polite and super nice people, and then they go to war and they conduct such heinous things in war. They're basically the whole reason why the modern Geneva Convention exists, if y'all don't know that. It's really interesting with them. They hide all of that anger until a war happens, and then a war for them is like the Purge movie. They just go around doing whatever. It's really a crazy thing. Nowadays, they've reined that in a good bit, especially the modern Canadian Army, but the historical Canadian Army was a force to be feared globally, more so even than the Anzacs of Australia and New Zealand. But still, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Marquis, all the way down in New Zealand, because the New Zealanders have quite an interesting and rich history, actually, not only in terms of arms, but also historically, and also, I've heard that it's quite a comfortable country to live in, which is a very good bit of praise to get for a nation at that, so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night.
And also, Canada is so formidable. I think the Iranians declared some military force in Canada as a terrorist organization. So
they declared the Royal Canadian Navy a terrorist organization. Yeah,
that's crazy work right there. So the Canadians, they've moved up. By the way, Iran gave Canada, not Canadian. Canada. We're talking about Canada. Honestly, that sounds pretty cool though. Canada. That could be a good name for them. But I think Iran just like upped Canada's street cred a little bit by doing that. That's wild that they would declare a legit country such as Canada and their navy a terrorist organization. What is that, like the pot calling the kettle black? It's like, that is crazy hypocrisy.
Meanwhile, the Royal Canadian Navy in the Strait of Hormuz, oh, hello there, little Iranian speedboat. We're about to shoot ya. Like, we're about to hurt ya a little. It's like, bro, dude, the Iranians are like, inshallah, we're about to go meet our maker. The Royal Canadian Navy shows up. The Iranians start pissing their pants. U.S. Navy, it's kind of just like a little bit of a showdown. Royal Canadian Navy shows up. They lose it. Like, apparently the Royal Canadian Navy is a terrorist organization in Iran. So if you're in the Royal Canadian Navy, folks, you just remember, if you ever come up against anyone in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they've already released their bowels just hearing that you were arriving. Oh. So, not like that, like shitting and pissing themselves, like, not the, like, what the hell were you thinking? But anyways.
I thought taking like a doo-doo or something like that.
Oh, I thought you meant like the gut spill. I was like, oh, not like that. I was like, no, not like that. No, that's what the Royal Canadian Navy's about to do. Oh, man.
Honestly, though, I say, if Canada ever wants to consider it, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I'm not a Canadian, obviously, but I mean, I wouldn't be opposed if they want to change their name to Canada. That actually sounds pretty sick. Like, that was a totally unintentional thing right there. I don't even know why I said Canada. I think I was trying to say Canadians and then Canada at the same time, but that sounds pretty badass right there. The Canada Royal Forces. I mean, that sounds good.
The Royal Canadian Forces.
I'm liking that. I'm liking that.
But I'll be honest though. I really did like, I think this is still the official name of Canada. The Dominion of Canada actually has a really cool name to it.
I don't know about that Dominion.
Yeah, the Dominion of Canada sounds incredibly cool. I mean, it sounds like something like from a horror flick. Like, it's like the Dominion of Canada is attacking. It's like, what the hell are they going to do? Vaporize people? Like, it's like that just sounds. It sounds draconian almost. It's like, for a nation when you're at war, that's a pretty cool name to have, the Dominion of Canada. I don't know if that's still the official name of Canada these days. Let me go pull that up. The official name of Canada. Let's see. Oh, so it's just Canada. So it's just like the state of Canada.
I think it's O Canada.
Oh no, that's the anthem.
Oh Canada.
Oh Canada. But let's see. Yeah, it's just Canada. So they're no longer the Dominion of Canada, sadly. But I thought it was a really cool name, myself personally speaking. What do y'all think, folks? Do y'all think that Canada is cool, or do y'all think that the Dominion of Canada is cool? Not to make it a me versus Matthew thing, but I'm interested to know what y'all think is a cooler name for Canada. Canada is still just a cool name, though. I mean, it sounds cool in itself, but the other two also sound really cool, too, in their own ways. But anyways, with that, I hope we've addressed that well, folks, because we have to get on into the rest of the news for the night.
Yes. We need to get one more super chat, though. One more super chat in the meantime, which is going to go to Old Warrior Fella. And thank you very much, Old Warrior Fella, for being our third and final of the first super chat segment until we get to the rest of them in our last question segment. But Old Warrior put in a very generous 50, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, lest you think Salt Lake City is cold, reports today that Yakutsk is experiencing minus 68 degrees Celsius or 68 degree Fahrenheit in the negative, and only had money for coal through November. And take one from the chat.
Now let's go look at Yakutsk. Oh, this place is hell on earth, really. I don't know why people even live in these Siberian cities, Old Warrior, to be entirely honest with you. But let's take a gander at this city. How are the Russians in Yakutsk living? The answer is badly. Oh, yeah!
Oh,
Blitz!
it's dirt. It's dirt.
Let's drop down. My God! What happened? Oh my... Bruh.
What are they working on? It's just dirt. They're digging up. Why they acting like they digging up a road and there's just dirt?
The Chechens have been. Man, the Chechens have come through, bro. This was the Akhmat, I mean, robbing the plumbing out of that building over there. Jeez.
It's just dirt. Like, what are they doing? Repairing the dirt?
I don't know. This is horrendous, though. Why does it look like it's in like the Call of Duty like nuclear phase of a battlefield map? Like, what is going on in this? What is this? What is this place?
I don't know what the hell that is. I mean, it's a nicer building there. I think it's a garage. Oh, look, they work on, they have well, I don't know anything about the place, but they have a Toyota logo, a Nissan logo, a Mitsubishi logo, a Subaru, a Mazda, and a Honda.
I mean, honestly, they're kind of working on the big brands, but Jesus, folks. There is nowhere in America that looks like this. Oh, where this is from, wait a minute. This is what it looks like in 2021. This is what it actually looked like in 2013. So this place is downgraded badly over the last decade. Like, holy smokes, it's looking like it's done for. Like, I think there's an apocalypse going on in the city of Yakutsk right now. Now, if it's negative 68 there, hopefully it's going to wipe this city out, because this is a place that no one should be living in. They should evacuate this place and get everyone out of here and just let it be reclaimed by the frost, because this is terrible. This looks like, you know what this looks like, folks? This looks like a clip out of that movie Enemy at the Gates in Stalingrad. Let me go pull that up and see if I can get you all.
But just imagine that, though. Negative 68. That's 68 degrees below zero. That's crazy. That's wild in itself, even with proper heating. If you don't have money for coal, like Old Warrior's saying, and you're not able to heat your house, you're trying to survive negative 68 with no proper heating. I mean, that seems like that's almost instant death.
I think it would be instant death. I think you would die of exposure almost instantaneously in that sort of condition. But also, Matthew, what looks worse, the city of Yakutsk or the scenes of Stalingrad from the movie Enemy at the Gates?
I think, honestly, Enemy at the Gates here is looking like it could be an upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing about that is that that's probably a legit upgrade. Now that's something, folks. That's something. Also, I gotta say, folks, what's up with this area having like the Mexico filter on it? You know what I mean, folks? Like when a movie goes to Mexico, they always put like that yellow tinted filter over the camera, like the lens, so it looks like quote unquote Mexico. Like it kind of has that deal going on here. Let's drop down.
I think it's smog.
I think it might be. Let's drop down in downtown Yakutsk and see what that looks like. Oh. I mean, it's better, but it's very depressing. I mean, extremely depressing. This looks like a place where dreams go to die. Or maybe people. It could be either. But that is horrific looking, though. Anyways, moving on out of Yakutsk, I do thank you massively for the support, Old Warrior, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who have helped to make this channel possible, and then have helped us to see the true hell of the town of Yakutsk in the Russian Federation. And so with that, it's time for us, folks, to move on into the rest of our news. Moving us on over into East Asia, we can confirm that Operation Justice Mission 2025 has ended, and the Chinese have declared that it was a success. The Taiwanese government and the Taiwanese armed forces of the Republic of China are still on high alert around the area of Taipei and New Taipei, and are currently conducting mining operations of the river. They are laying explosive barrels within the bottom of the river that leads into Taipei and New Taipei, and we also were able to get some pictures from the Republic of China's armed forces showing these exercises and activities being conducted, with them laying out the explosive barrel charges, and also the boats at work putting them out into the river. So, very interesting to see. From what we know, Taiwanese forces are still on high alert at this moment and are still waiting for any sort of a possible action by the Chinese, and to also wait and see if the military exercises actually ended and that there is a cessation of the Chinese activities surrounding the waters of the island of Taiwan. Moving on out of that news in East Asia, considering that it's more so of a footnote today, we are going to be moving on over and into the hunt for Captain Croc Sparrow. And we have been able to hear some interesting news out of that hunt today. One, apparently, I'm sorry everyone, that's actually about Israel and Iran. We're going to get to that here in a minute. That's like a side note thing. But moving us on down and into the area of the Eastern Caribbean to show you all the clips today, we were able to confirm that another strike was conducted today, apparently on 3 boats traveling in a convoy that apparently were alleged to be carrying some form of narcotics or something along those lines. The U.S. Department of Defense, specifically under Southcom's area of responsibility, conducted strikes on the vessels, and we understand that apparently 8 people abandoned ship from these boats in the midst of the strikes, and currently the Coast Guard is looking to pick these people up out of the water if they can be found.
Oh, they're not double tapping them this time.
Apparently they're scared that something might actually happen to them as far as congressional action if they did that again. So this time they're actually going to go and pick them up out of the water, which is what you're supposed to do according to maritime law.
Interesting. Yeah, the allegations before, the allegation that they had double tapped the people apparently in the water to finish them off, at least that was the report. Maybe they've learned their lesson from it. Surely they wouldn't be ignorant to the fact that they couldn't do that. Like the fact that they've backed off now and they've let the survivors swim in the water without striking them again, that seems to maybe suggest possibly they were ignorant to it the first time, although it seems a little bit hard to believe.
Yeah, I would have to say, maybe, but then again, at the same time, though, they're like anyone who's involved in operations with the U.S. Navy or Southcom Command, which was operated by Admiral Halsey up until, I believe, today, they would have known that those sorts of actions would be in violation of maritime law, because every naval officer has to be up to speed on maritime law and rendering aid to ships at sea that are in peril or people who have had to abandon ship. That's just a basic understanding. So I think that might have been something that they just tried to overlooked the first time, but since it was brought up and alleged, now apparently they're going to be following the rules of maritime law, or generally maritime law, and make sure to pick up any survivors out of the sea. So moving on from that and into the area of the Atlantic, we've apparently heard that the U.S. might be backing off of their chase of the Bella 1. According to some excerpts from officials within the U.S. government that may be privy to the matter, American officials no longer expect the Bella 1 to return to Venezuela to load up with oil, and it's possible the current administration will decide to abandon its efforts to seize the ship. I would say that's not a good idea. The fact that the ship is fleeing the U.S. blockade currently, and if it escapes, it's actually starting to weaken the efficacy of our blockade. Our blockade at this point entirely exists on the threat and the belief of the threat that we will actually fire upon and seize ships that attempt to break the blockade. If we allow the ship to escape, we're heavily weakening our blockade, and it's possibly going to embolden other vessels that just try and steam straight through the blockade and straight to a Venezuelan port to safety. So I would say that wouldn't be a really smart move at this point. I would say that, one, it probably wasn't that smart of a move to start the blockade because we were inevitably going to get into a situation like this. Secondly, it wouldn't be a great thing to stop chasing the ship right now, because this will only serve for us to lose face with the U.S. blockade that currently is ongoing still off of the coast of Venezuela. So that is all the news that we have from the hunt for Captain Crag Sparrow over the course of this day. And moving us on up and into the U.S. government, we do have one last little thing to cover from here. Apparently, the President and Netanyahu did not agree on a timeline or understanding regarding future military action against Iran. So we don't know if that means that they have agreed to conduct strikes on Iran, they're just not sure of the time, or if they didn't agree to conduct strikes on Iran and they also didn't lay out a time. It's one of those two, and we're going to wait and see which one it turns out to be. Moving on out of the United States and generally the hunt for Captain Crag Sparrow, it's time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have inside of Europa, which brings us right back into the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation dealt with a significant blackout around the area of Ramenskoye and Tchaikovsky yesterday, which led to the blackout of around 600,000 subscribers of the Russian electrical grid and led to a significant blackout that pretty much plunged about 10% of the city of Moscow into absolute darkness. Today, the Ukrainians have been able to replicate that again. Another major drone attack was launched, mostly targeting the city of Moscow again, and also with major drone attacks flying into the area of Krasnodar and the Crimean Peninsula. And inside of Moscow, we were able to confirm that several more substations were hit, the Russian air defenses were overwhelmed, and now in Domodedovo, there are now significant blackouts blackouts within these areas of the power grid as well, due to active hits on the substations within this area of the Moscow city power grid. We've also seen that other major hits were conducted along the way. For example, in the town of Lyudinovo, there was an oil depot of a larger size that was hit and caught on fire as a result of the Ukrainian attack, clearly showing a success. Great success! And there's another clip of the fire and smoke. Very nice to see. Very successful strikes. Moving on out of Lyudinovo, we have also seen further on south and into the area of Ilsky that the Ilsky refinery is the first refinery that has been hit in 2026. Because right now in Europe it is 2026. Let me show you that little refinery fire. There it is. This one's in Ilsky, by the way.
It's real refined, that fire right there. It's a very refined fire.
Man, when that fire popped up, it went, oh, great heavens, are you an anthropologist? It's like, yes, that's a very refined fire, I tell you. But the Ilsky refinery is on fire at the moment, and apparently it's not going to be producing that much more oil. The Ukrainians also hit the Tuops oil refinery yesterday, and we finally got footage from the Ukrainian side of the drone attack today. Take a little look. They had to play Trap Remix over it, so we'll have to mute the audio, but you can see the drone flying on in, having a fun time, making its way to the port. And also to the refinery, which is already on fire in the distance.
Look at these things coming gracefully flying in. It's like they're flying in all loosely and stuff. These things are bouncing around all over the place.
Man, the Ukrainians call this the drunk Russian Delta 5 maneuver, which makes it much harder to shoot them down.
The Vodka 3000.
Man, I was trying to go for like that Star Trek, not the Demikelpa 5, you know, or whatever they would say for like the maneuvers. I was trying to go for something like that.
Man, this drone's moving like a Danubian slime devil.
Man. Listen, buddy, you're about to make me go like a Smimevian bat out of hell. Man, it's like... It's like, oh, we just.
And then you have Dr. McCoy coming in left field talking about Spock, you blah, 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 stuff yourself you can't even say. I mean, they were just laying it on poor old Spock.
Man, Dr. McCoy, honestly, man, I think he was a bit of a like a xenophobe or something like that, because he didn't really seem to have much of an affinity for any other alien species in that show. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of that little bit of news and Tuops, we also were able to confirm that at the Saki airfield, they were hit. Take a look. I don't know what that was at the start. So let's hear it again. Oh, someone's yelling.
It's the town crier. Oh.
That's exactly what that firework sounded like outside like a little bit ago, dude. That's exactly what it sounded like.
I hear the dogs.
Oh. A little bit crackling.
This is like dog central. Like, how many dogs are down here in Crimea?
Man, as many of them as you can fit. They might be out of water, but they're certainly not out of dogs. I can tell you that. This was the airbase that was attacked, by the way, folks. We're going to be waiting until tomorrow to get a damage assessment out of the area and to find out exactly what was hit at the airbase. It could have been air defense, it could have been aircraft, it could have been logistical infrastructure, or it could have been any combination of the three, or it may have been all three of them together. Now, it is time for us, folks, to move on out of Crimea and on up into the war in Ukraine itself. We have made it, folks. We have made it to the war in Ukraine, honestly, at a pretty decent time frame tonight. It's not literally almost 2 hours in, so we are going to be making sure to give a little bit more of an in-depth battlefield analysis tonight. But before we do, a lot of people are talking about that major Ukrainian drone attack today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so jumping into that poll right there, it says Ukraine has launched another major drone attack as explosions have been seen at Russian refineries and obviously their major cities too, and including Crimea. So what are your thoughts? 38% said Ukraine is preempting Russian attacks with these major drone strikes on various Russian cities, while 36% said Ukraine is trying to pressure Putin to peace, and 19% said Ukraine is getting revenge on Putin. So I am with the 39%. I do believe that Ukraine is trying to preempt the upcoming Russian attacks because Russia's already vowed to go strike Kiev very, very strongly. So that is coming up. We don't know when it's going to happen, but they've said they're going to do it. And even Zelensky has warned that their intelligence is indicating that Putin is going to strike inside the capital city of Ukraine. So I think Ukraine is launching these gigantic attacks, the ones that started yesterday and also today, because they're trying to basically get a jump on that and inflict a lot of damage on Russia before Russia's able to inflict it on them. So I'm with the 39%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 39% as well. I think that the Ukrainians are trying to preempt the Russian attacks, but also this is following along with the Ukrainian promise that they were going to conduct a drone attack on Russia every single night in perpetuity until the war ends, which generally this is also just following along with that. It's not like this is new and they just started these drone attacks. They've been doing these nightly for about a month and a half now. And so I would say that's generally a part of that larger campaign, but some people might look at it as preempting the Russians, which also would generally be correct as well, because they're preempting them every single night, every single day.
Well, these are larger. These attacks are much larger. Like the one last night was gigantic, and also the one tonight was gigantic as well. These are larger than usual. I would say, from based on what I'm looking at and seeing like the drone mapping nightly, the last two, yesterday and today, have been about 25% to 30% larger than usual. And they've also had a larger spread too across more cities, from what I can tell.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I guess you could look at it that way. You could look at it that way, and I suppose I will be with the 39% for that reason. But moving on from that, folks, and on into the rest of the news that we have from tonight, specifically in the Ukrainian front, it's time for us to get on down and into the Sumy Oblast, where we were able to see the 103rd Territorial Defense Forces taking a little piece out of the Russian equipment pool. Here's a rare Ural. They're about to turn it into a burning urinal. Oh, buddy. Oh, actually, that's a Kamaz. Oh, bullshit.
Down with Kamaz.
Listen, everyone. Do you want Kamaz in your neighborhood? Do you want them crawling up your pipes? Then you have to support us in bombing them. Bimba active. That's what they said about Chris's mom. She was active on New Year's, I tell you. Look, it's the Russians.
He said goober. That goober walked straight out. Can you? Now these drone blades aren't that silent. You can hear the drone blades from like 10 feet away. That guy was he walked straight toward it.
Bro, he went, duh, what's that noise? And then he walked up to it and went, oh, it's like, that was not the noise that I was looking for. And also, here's a Bohanka.
If you hear a beehive sound in a Ukrainian forest on the front lines, you can logically deduce that it's probably not a large beehive. It's probably a drone, and you could probably run the other way.
Is it a chemically large bee? It's like, no, it's a drone.
You know, they're known for those killer bees in the forest in Ukraine. There's those big beehives, those ones that you see on Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, those bees! moving on down into the Kursk Oblast. We get to see the Russians getting hit here. You want to see the Russians get hit here? Well, you're about to see them. They're about to use an M101 on them. That thing, by the way. That World War II.
Don't they use those right there? Don't they use those right there to start the avalanches on purpose, like out here in Utah? They use artillery to hit them and cause them.
Yes.
That is fantastic. I think that's a similar model.
Yes, it's actually the same model.
Yes.
Oh yeah, those army artillery. Wait, two chairs, or 2 rounds, and they're about to send it. Here it comes. Oh, that's what we call a direct hit right there. Look at that, folks. That's one hell of a hit. Moving on from that and into our location unknowns, I guess you could say, folks, that the, unlike the highway patrol, they weren't starting an avalanche, but one thing they certainly did is that they made it pour, that's for sure. But we also got to see a couple of Russians getting plastered on the front. They're celebrating New Year's early in Russian tradition. My comrades, I have the bottle of the good stuff and the other bottle of the good stuff, and we're in the middle of an active war, блядь.
Подожди. Вот пошла тяжелая артиллерия, в ход. Бля, Вась, мы перестреляем друг друга, отвечай сейчас.
Надеюсь.
That's not the good stuff.
Не, подожди, пару слов скажи хотя бы, заебал.
Yeah.
Реально, нормальных таких здравых, чисто
Это моя первая рюмка, не отгонил.
Бля, натуре артиллерия, бля.
I'm not gonna lie, folks. They aren't beating the alcoholism charges. They're not beating those. I think the Russians are heavily in the sauce, basically all the time.
Мы же...
Начинаем. Артиллерия в бой. 333.
Фу, бля, сарайча, отвечаю.
Locust.
Ух, чё,
Man, you know, Locust, they've been known to have some vodka from time to time, I've heard.
Honestly, that's a hell of an insult there. I've never heard anybody be called a locust.
You damn Locust!
водичка.
You know, like,
Bro, he said it's like water. You know, this dude right here is deep into this mess. He's calling that vodka water. You know, that's trouble.
yeah, dude, man, when they sit there later on, they're like, okay, did we get all of them back? They're like, yeah, we got all of them back, and they'll be like, but where's his liver? His liver, he didn't have one. Ah, it's like, man, I tell you, you know, it's a really interesting thing, folks. Their obsession with the alcohol and the booze in Russia, but we also get to see this really cool Gepard in Ukraine. That was really cool looking.
That does look nice right there. I like how they did the little lens flares with the lights. I appreciate that.
And this guy's got a 50 cal wrapped up in Christmas celebration for the new year. And we can see this guy right here with the night vision scope on top of the 50 cal. And then we can also see this guy right here holding a singular ornament.
That's interesting. He's holding that very suspiciously too.
He's holding it like it's an egg, like it's about to hatch or something. And it's about to hatch a new year, I suppose. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got the Russian casualty report, and I got to tell y'all folks that a couple of Russians, they ended up falling a little short, and they didn't make it New Year's. They literally had a bobcat.
One bobcat too. Look at that. We got one skid steer on top of it. That's very nice right there. But yeah, the Russians didn't do too good. It looks like they got that's a nice even 1,000 right there. It looks like.
It's a nice round 1,000, folks. And according to Ms. DC, keeper of the records, on our last day here in December, 552 drones is the 11th highest daily loss, and December total is the highest month of the war, for drones at least. Several category totals include prior days adjustments. Artillery plus 20, MLRS plus 3, anti-aircraft plus 2, drones plus 200, vehicles plus 110, and special equipment plus 3. Now, let's get into that casualty report, folks. 1,000 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the course of the day. I guess they're going to be starting the New Year's in an interesting way. We also were able to hear that 4 APCs were knocked out, along with 127 supply trucks, 4 main battle tanks, 33 artillery pieces, 552 drones, 1 MLRS, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, not a bad day, especially not a bad day to round the year off on, and we'll also see why that's the case when we get to the front. So, bringing us on up into the Vovchansk area, which is still an active front line, the Ukrainians did take out a little drone. Take a look at this. You can see right there what appears to be a fairly large drone. Is that a Baba Yaga? It is! It is a Baba Yaga!
Could be. They got it in the lime, the lemon lime view.
Man, this is that 7-Up view right here.
Oh, it reappeared suddenly.
Looks like they were right on top of it, but looks like they got it too. Moving on from that, we also were able to see in our next clip, further on down the line and in the Severonsky Forest direction, some Russians getting hit by the Sigma male unit. As we all know, folks, a Sigma male does go into a boxing ring and gets an absolute shellacking, as that's what a Sigma does. We can also see the Russians here not really doing too well at the whole Sigma male side of things. I got to tell y'all, folks, the Russians, they don't really seem to be learning a lot about the doctrine of how to evade FPV drones. Seems like they're doing the same thing now that they were doing back in 2023, and it's about to be 2026. Moving on down into the Bakhmut area, we also saw the Special Operations Forces hitting some important ammunition depots in the occupied territories. I put this in Bakhmut, folks, because they didn't put a single geolocation down from what I could tell of where this was specifically. It's probably Berdyansk, most likely, or maybe even Mariupol, but I just put it in Bakhmut so that way we would get to it. So, let's see the clip. Oh, what the? Actually, they say that this is the port of Taman. Taman Nevsteras. I don't think so, because that is Hold up, folks. Let me go see if I can actually geolocate that, because I didn't read that earlier. There's no way that that's Taman. Is it? It could be. Wait, we want to look for that little platform right there. Oh, these just extend on out into the sea, believe it. This platform?
It looks similar.
Kind of similar. You know what? I'm going to take the marker. I'm actually going to move it down there. So, like, let's just do that in the midst of the show. So it looks like that may be what they hit. Oh, you see the little explosion off in the distance there. A little blip. Oh, look, an oil boat. A crude carrier. Oh, man. You know, when they load up an aircraft full of crass comedians, you know what they call it? A crude carrier. Get it.
Oh, that's a good one.
The way you said that, it sounded like it was of psychological fascination. You're like, oh, that's a good one.
I was like, that's a good one.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. Legalize comedy. But we can see the most.
Oh yes, legalize comedy. That's what they should do. They should legalize it because, of course, it's illegal to be funny. You know, it's totally illegal.
You know, it's illegal to be a silly little fellow these days, folks. If you're a silly little fellow, you go to prison, straight to jail. But anyways, moving on from that, we'll be moving on out of that area of the port of Taman, now that we know where that was. And we're going to be moving on down and into the area of the little town of Ilovaisk, to the east of the city of Donetsk. It took a couple of direct hits, and it appears that there was some explosions and fires. We weren't really able to confirm what exactly it was.
Вот, нас поздравляет Украина с Новым годом. Когда-то там сидели, сейчас там давным-давно уже пусто. Но, блядь, они все равно взяли, бахнули. Вот у свекрухи со двора снимаю прямо. Пидоры. Сейчас заберу ее к себе.
I don't speak Russian or understand Russian really well, but I think this lady might have said something along the lines of, "These hoes must be from Iraq, boy. They bagged that ass up. Damn." I think it roughly translates to something along those lines, but I'm no Russian speaker, so take that with a grain of salt.
Gotta have them ribs.
Gotta have them ribs and fires too.
Oh, man. Oh, jeez, man. You know, that actually rhymed with the original line that comes after that, man. That's actually pretty good right there. And we can also see the fire from another angle in another picture right there. Moving us on closer to Donetsk, we also get to see near to the area of the Spartak area. Oh, buddy, folks. The Russians weren't doing too well. This was done by the Ivano-Franco group. The Ivan Frankovo group, I mean. I'm sorry, folks. I get that wrong there for a second. Reaching out, touching me, touching you.
Wow. No Diddy, I hope.
Sweet Caroline. Bro, you've
Whoa.
never heard. Bro, that's a
I'll tell
song.
you
What the
what.
hell are you talking about?
I always get real sus when I hear people talking about reaching out, touching me, touching you, something like that. I'm like, whoa, hold on a minute. We live in a different environment now. You got to say no Diddy when you say something like that.
Man. Reaching out, buying baby oil, sweet Diddy party, no Diddy. Man, like, but you see the drone coming on in, all jokes aside. Ew, and they got him. The Ivan Franco group. Look at that. Anyways, we're going to be moving on from the Spartak Highway. If y'all want to know where that was, we can actually show y'all here really quickly. The Spartak Highway area that they were around was around, roughly from what we would know, right here. So that was about the area that the strike was conducted at. Moving on from that, though, and on and into the area of the city of Pokrovsk, the Ukrainians did show that they still hold a bit of Pokrovsk this New Year's, and they held up the Ukrainian flag in the 7th Corps inside of the city to once again show the world that they still are holding Pokrovsk to some extent.
Also, by the way, let me check something here. Let's see here. Okay, never mind. We've already covered that. I was just making sure. I thought we had another piece of breaking news coming out right now, but we've already shown that video.
Man, we've already shown that one. But these Ukrainians holding up the flags, they are also showing us something new. In the middle of a snowstorm, actually. That's a quite strong one, too. Man, we haven't gotten snow like that in Salt Lake yet.
Look at that. The Ukrainian flag in the middle of a blizzard.
Put a Ukrainian flag in my, blizzard and, make it Rocky Road.
They are really getting into those.
I mean, they're showing that they hold a lot of Pokrovsk, actually.
This is fascinating.
It is fascinating. I mean, all these Ukrainian flags, the blue and the yellow, the snowstorms, the soldiers, making sure that people can see them. Look at this. It's not the cold that gets you, folks. It's the wind. That's the old saying, at least. I think it's the snow that gets you, too. But anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to get on into our next clip in Pokrovsk, where we were able to see the 38th Marines giving no rest for the Russians on New Year's Eve. Oh, they put a little fire on that Russian flag. They extinguished the flame. There goes another. And another. Oh, are they about to get another? Oh! Oh, my Lord. Oh, Bobby said the Russians are waving bottles. Yeah. But or they're like that guy from yesterday, man, down there at that strike. He was like, you know, that one down into us, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, man. But with that, folks, it's time for us to move on out of the front lines and on up to Kyiv, because I wish that we could cover the New Year's speech that Zelensky gave, but there's copyrighted music in it. And copyrighted music is a big no-no. We can't play it. So, unfortunately, because it has the music in it, we cannot play the speech. So, with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to move on into the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I've got to say, folks, what a night it has been. We have been covering the news for an hour and 45 minutes, and we've had 84,000 people watch this stream in the first hour and 45 minutes, and there's still 10.5 thousand of y'all here. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of having y'all here on New Year's Eve, enjoying your news from the Enforcer channel, the one and only. And we hope that y'all have continued to enjoy this channel, even on New Year's night. We're going to be making sure to get to talk to y'all for the rest of the night and celebrate the new year with all of y'all. Some of y'all might be about to hit New Year's. Some of y'all, like us, are currently in Mountain Time, which is 9:45 p.m., and New Year's is, well, at least New Year's itself is going to be still a couple of more hours. But with that, folks, we got to get on into those questions. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. And also, by the way, for everybody asking, since Enforcer Media is now based out of Utah, we're based out of Salt Lake City now. So we moved all the way from Alabama in Central Time, all the way out here to Mountain Man time, I think.
Yes.
I don't even really have that straight anymore. It's Mountain Man time out here. We're an hour behind now. So now we have an hour extra before we hit New Year's. It's 9:46 p.m. out here in Utah, so we have another couple hours to go before we actually hit midnight. And now, for folks that are over in the Eastern time zone, you're only about, I think, 15, 14 minutes away from hitting New Year's, I think, at this point right here, if I have that correct.
No, you're wrong. I'm just kidding. You got it right. See what I did?
So it looks like the people over there in Eastern time, over there on the East Coast, they're about to get a whole new year, a little bit earlier than us. I guess you can call them they're time traveling a bit ahead of us at this point, I must say. But me personally, I'm good with waiting a couple more hours, as I like it out here in Utah a hell of a lot more than Alabama, I must admit. No hate toward Alabama, by the way, but I just like it out here in Utah. It's a little bit better for Matt. I like it a little bit better. But anyways, folks, with that, though, in the meantime, it's time to jump into some super chat questions. And our first one here of the last segment goes to none other than ARP Bob, who puts in a very generous $100 support. And thank you very much, good sir ARP Bob, for that support. He said, thanks for being here on air tonight, and Happy New Year, and Slava Ukraine, and long live the Lee Spring Army.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And I gotta say, it actually was a good thing to be on air tonight. A lot of people were here enjoying New Year's with us. We were going to run it whether there was a lot of people here or not, folks. But surprisingly enough, there was a lot of people here. I didn't expect that. So a pleasant surprise. And I also love to know that folks like you, ARP Bob, have decided to celebrate New Year's here on this channel, listening to all of the news that's happened on the last day of 2025 and starting off 2026 in a big way. It's time to go full. It's time to go bold, folks. Let's listen to New Year's resolutions of countries from around the world. Iran said they're going to get a new government next year and start a diet. That's interesting. Russia said they're going to start a larger war, and you have even grander ambitions than they had than the last year. Oh, that's an interesting one. Let's see. Ukraine said they're just going to blow up more Russian refineries. I mean, that's a pretty decent one. China's talking about some unquestionable and irrevocable part of their territory. I don't know what that's about. India said they're going to start more bot farms. Good on them. Really sticking to it. Pakistan said they're going to probably shoot down some more Indian planes. Let's see. Israel said they're probably going to bomb someone. They just don't know who. They're trying to figure that out right now. The Saudis said they're going to get a new government in Yemen. I mean, that's almost like a Christmas present. And then the United States of America said they're going to waffle on everything next year until nobody really knows what's going on, and then they'll just try and go with something and stick with it last minute. It might not work too well. I mean, that's one hell of a New Year's resolution right there as well. I mean, that's an impressive list. Mandy, have you heard of any other interesting national New Year's resolutions that might be coming around that people turning new leaves and stuff?
I've heard that they're trying to stop the killing. I think it's in Nigeria. I think they're trying to stop it there. Also in Venezuela, they're trying to. I think the leader in Venezuela, Maduro, who may or may not be the leader of Maduro or Venezuela for too much longer. He is going to try to see how many empanadas he can stuff in one mouth at one time in any given sitting. I think that's his next New Year's resolution at this point. He's going to see how many empanadas can fit in one mouth, and he's going to see if he can stuff it. So I think that's what's going on in Venezuela. Good luck to him in his efforts to stuff the mouth with nice empanadas, but I don't think I want to see that.
Oh, dude, I totally forgot. Hot Dog Man put out a New Year's resolution today. Oh, I forgot about that one. You remember that one?
I think I do remember that. I do.
Something involving nurseries and a camera and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Honestly, I don't really think that's a good one. Think there ought to be a little bit of revising on that one a little bit. Probably like the entire thing needs to be scrapped, really. But it's interesting to hear that even the Hot Dog Man, folks, is going to be starting off the new year in a new way, which is getting canceled. So beyond that, it is time for us, folks, to get past the silliness here of these jokes, and thank ARP Bob once again for that unbelievably massive support, and of course being a big part of the Lee Spring Army. So a happy New Year's to you once again. Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, I see a lot of people asking, what do you guys think 2026 is going to be like? I've seen at least 20 or 30 people ask that throughout the night tonight. I'll tell you for me, and once again, it is New Year's night, of course. It's supposed to be a time for everybody to come up with their resolutions for 2026 and stuff like that. I'm a realist, personally. I don't find anything negative about being a realist, personally. This year in 2025 kind of sucked, to be perfectly honest. For like geopolitically, it wasn't great. There's been wars breaking out all over the place. Contrary to what the U.S. is claiming, wars have been starting everywhere, and nothing has been stopped. And also the ones that they thought they stopped restarted again. So it's been a dumpster fire this year. It's not anybody's fault in particular. It's just the way things are going. Unfortunately, 2026 is probably going to be another year of that because we are working our way toward global conflict, unfortunately. We've been saying that for a couple of years at this point. So we're working our way toward it. It's going to get there. But the catch is, though, it's not doom and gloom. If we know it's going to happen, it's going to happen. America's been through much worse than this before, so we'll simply persevere through it. Everything will be fine, and we'll persevere as long as we make good decisions. So I don't look at it as like, oh no, like it's all coming to an end or something like that. This is it. This is it. I don't look at it like that. I look at it like, okay, there's another challenge coming up. We got to get ready to deal with it, and that's the way it is. I just look at it like that. There will be good moments. There will be bad moments, like in a year, and that's going to be as simple as it is. So expect the worst, prepare for the worst, but also at the same time, don't dwell on it either.
Hey friend, listen. I know the world is scary right now, but it's gonna get way worse. Like, that's basically...
Who is this?
Dude, this is a classic meme. Let me go get the audio bit for it, because someone did like a little Russian accent over it on one video, and it was really good. Let's see. It's going to get... Let's see. Going to get... Let's see. Going to get way worse. Let me put that in. I got to put it in exactly so that we can go and try and get the clip. Oh, here it is. Here, I'll just play the audio.
Whoa, that was bass boosted. That rattled my head.
It's like, but anyways, let me play that audio for y'all.
Be friend, listen up. I know the world is scary right now, but it's gonna get way worse.
Bro, that's 2026 in a nutshell right there. Man, y'all just strap in, folks. Strap in and put on the seatbelts. You don't want to click it or get a ticket. Because 2026 is going to be something else. If y'all thought that this year was something, next year is going to be something else, because next year is going to be springboarding off of everything that happened this year. And the fact that this year wasn't really that good of a year in foreign policy particularly, next year is going to be building off of that, which means that only the things are really only going to be getting worse, especially for at least the first half of 2026. There might be a stabilization or even a decreasing of the tensions and escalations going on at the latter part of 2026, but I can tell you all that the first part of this next year, it's only going to get crazier. There's possibly a revolution in Iran that's going to be happening, maybe even further Israeli strikes on Iran or Iranian attacks on Israel as they're in their dying last moments. China is still going to be conducting low-level coercion efforts against Taiwan. The tensions will be high there. The Russians are still working towards a war with NATO, so that's still in the works and much more likely to happen next year than it was this year. And the war in Ukraine is still going to be going on even then, with the Russians in an even worse economic position, which is going to make them even more desperate. So to be entirely out, and also on top of that, the whole possible war of Venezuela thing might still be in the works, but we don't really know. So, next year, this 2026, it's going to be something else. I think we're going to get World War III before we get GTA 6. And also, there's going to be no GTA 6 next year. I can also guarantee all that, I'm pretty sure. But anyways, with that, I don't mean to strip everyone of their joy by saying, like, I'm pretty certain GTA 6 isn't coming out, but I mean, they've pushed back the release date so many times, even recently. It's like, who in the world even thinks that it's coming out this next year? I don't think so. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to get on into the next one. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support, ARP Bob, and helping this channel to keep on rolling.
Indeed. And our next one goes to Bobby, also known as LC39A. He puts in a $100 support as well. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that very generous $100 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much, as always, from a channel legend. He said, "You guys are the gift that keeps on giving. And Happy New Year, and HIC."
We are? Dang. Well, thank you so much for the kind words. I always thought they were the gift that just gave, and then everyone got tired of it and walked away. I'm just kidding. I know that's not true because everyone wouldn't come back every night. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, thank you for the incredibly kind words, and a big Happy New Year to you as well, Bobby, all the way up there in Canada. Oh, Canada, or Canada, or the Dominion of Canada. And someone's about to come in the chat. A little while ago, earlier, someone came in the chat and said, "I'm Canadian and it's Canada, idiot." And they got mad. And I was like, I'm not taking that kind of crap. It's like, we know it's Canada. We know it's Canada. But, that doesn't stop us from saying something interesting. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for support, Bobby. Being all the way up there in Canada, it's a great thing to know that our neighbors of the north are with us during New Year's. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it's time for us to move on and right into the next one. But long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die.
Indeed. And our next one goes to none other than BC Skyman, another channel legend. And thank you very much, BC, for that combined $70 support. And we do appreciate it, of course, as always, from another channel legend, which is BC Skyman. Now, I think over there in BC Skyman's time, I think it's almost New Year's in just about a few minutes or so. So they're about to get a little New Year a little bit early. But thank you very much, BC, once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a huge shout out to BC Skyman for the unbelievably massive support. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because while you didn't throw in a comment, you're an integral part of the Lee Spring Army and have been helping us to keep this thing rolling for years, all the way into another new year once again. This channel started its news coverage in February 24th of 2022 here in the United States, and now we are already moving on into 2026. So in February of this next year, it will have officially been 4 straight years of Enforcer news coverage, basically around the clock every single day of every single year, which is crazy to think that we've made it that far. So a huge thanks to you so much once again for being here with us that entire way, and hopefully you'll be here with us for another 4 years. And so with that, humongous thanks to BC Scammon, absolute legend and old guard of the LSA. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is going to go to none other than ELA MC Wheels NAFO, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, ELA, for that support. They said, thank y'all for putting on a stream tonight. And here's the 2026. Long live the LSA and Slava Ukraine.
And Slava Ukrainian, long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big happy New Year's to you as well. I hope you're having a good one. I hope you're celebrating and enjoying. I hope you're enjoying the show as well. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And of course, folks, as always, long live the Lee Spring Army. If you agree, put an LSA in the chat, folks. We'd love to see it. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so let's jump on to that next one here. And the next one is going to go to none other than VLKOLAK76. And thank you very much, VLK, for that $50 support right there. Also, extremely generous from you as well, and keeping the channel running. And I was just checking here to see. I don't think there was a comment left with it, but I was just double checking. There was no comment, but there was a super sticker. He said, "You're amazing," with the YouTube Doge and the sparklers. So thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, and thank you so much for the nice super sticker, I think is what that's called. I gotta say, a wonderful thing to know that you think that we're amazing. We think that you're amazing because you're helping to support this channel so that way we can keep staying amazing. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And of course, a big thanks to you for celebrating the New Year's with us here. A lot of people have, and we're very honored to know that so many people are. And so with that, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And I've also heard, folks, that apparently the ball is dropping in New York City right now. So they're having their little New Year's deal. It's apparently 30 seconds away. We're still 2 hours away from it. But holy moly, folks, it's New Year's. Quick, Matthew, we've got to put on our best mainstream news impersonation. We have to get sloshed on camera. Come on.
Oh, yes, a sloshing, honestly. Nothing screams mainstream news better than a absolutely hammered New Year's special. Like, nothing says that better than that. But also for the East Coast right now, it's New Year's right now. Like, they got that New Year right this minute. They're getting a brand new year right now. How's it feel? Does it smell different? The brand new year, does it have that new car smell to it? Like new leathers? Does it smell like that?
We've made another orbit around the sun, folks, and we're another orbit farther away from what we all knew when we were growing up. Oh, God. But beyond that, I'm just kidding, folks. A happy New Year's to all of you all over there in the East Coast. And in a minute, well, in about an hour, it'll be the Central Time's turn to have a New Year's. Sadly, we won't be on air, folks. We won't even be close to being on air by the time that the New Year's is coming around here on, well, at least here in Mountain Time. So we won't be celebrating New Year's in our time zone on air, but a big happy New Year's to everyone on the East Coast that just had their new year come around. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than B. Justin, who puts in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Justin, for that $50 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. He said, thanks for the live stream, guys, on New Year's Eve, and Happy New Year to you both and the LSA. And here's a final gift of 2025 and more on the way in 2026.
And thank you so much for the gift. We're incredibly appreciative of it. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And a humongous Happy New Year's to you. I hope you're having a great one. We're having a pretty decent one. We're on air still. So that's a pretty good New Year's to have, I'd say. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and help with this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And we wouldn't have been able to keep this thing running all the way through this year into the new year. And so a big thanks to you once again. And also, I see some people in the chat talking about copyright stuff, like it would be okay to play Zelensky's speech for this and that, and I've seen it enough over the past 20 minutes or so. I was like, I'll address it so that way people can kind of know how that works. So they get a license when they make that speech to use that music that they're using, but that license isn't an umbrella license for everyone who plays it. It's just for them. So when they upload it, they don't, like the people who made that music, they don't make any issues about the president of Ukraine uploading that video with it in it. But when we play it, we don't have a license for that music. So when that music plays on our channel, we actually do get copyrighted for that. It's an automatic process because we didn't get a license for the music, so that's why we cannot play it. It's not that Zelensky has a problem with it. It's not that the Ukrainian government has a problem with it. It's that the record holders and the music producers that made the music that's in that speech only gave the Ukrainian government a license to play that in their video, not us. So that's that's why we can't actually go and play that, because we would get copyrighted. So, some people say, oh, fair use. Fair use is only a defense. They can still claim copyright, especially considering that we would be playing the entirety of what it is. So there's a whole bunch of rigmarole there that we can't really get around. And so I generally, don't want to run the gray area of playing that and then having some issue happen later. So that's why we can't play stuff with music in it. And so with that, hope that does address that well. We're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, earlier during our first segment, I forgot to grab a live chat question for Old Warrior. We jumped into a rabbit hole before we got it. So, jumping back to that live chat for Old Warrior, this one is going to go to none other than Roby, who said, has Khamenei responded at all to what we've been seeing in the riots inside of Iran? And then, Roby, that is something interesting right there. We have not heard a response out of Khamenei. He has not said anything in the public about it, and really they can't. I mean, there's really honestly nothing they can say except for, oh crap, we're screwed. Like, that's pretty much all they can say at this point, because if they come out and start saying things like, go home, you bastards, and stop trying to take the government over, that's going to inflame the rioters even worse. That's going to give them more motivation to start going at the government. And if they come out and say, okay, we might give in to your demands, that might also embolden the rioters even more, because they think they're making progress. So there's nothing he can really say right now to really calm this thing down. So, and also he likes to hide too. Like he hid when Israel was attacking. He goes into hiding whenever there's any inkling of trouble. He goes into hiding. So we haven't heard a peep out of him. But Enforcer, what say you?
He's in the bunker in Lavazan, and that thing's deep enough down underground. There's no way to even get a signal out of it. So he's basically non-existent at this point. He's just hoping that everyone on the surface deals with what's going on. He'll probably end up fleeing the country like Assad if this gets badly enough, and just go to Russia and hide out there with Assad. Man, Russia is going to be the Russian egg collector of failed dictators in the Middle East before long, man. They're going to have Syria and then Iran, and probably a couple of others show up before long, like the Houthis and such.
I think Khamenei's got a problem though, because Assad, he was an optometrist, an eye doctor before he became the dictator. So he had a career before that, which is kind of strange. He had a normal career before he became the Syrian dictator and built a horrible reputation for himself. But Khamenei though, I'm not sure. That's a fascinating thing real quick. Let's find out. Does Khamenei have a formal education himself? And also, did he have a career before becoming the Ayatollah of the country?
Let's find out. Let's see. He's the longest serving head of state in the Middle East. Wow. That's honestly showing you how unstable it is in the Middle East. I mean, damn, 36 years. He's been around longer than any Arabian king or prince. That's crazy, actually. But anyways, let's see here. This is what he looked like as a teenager?
That is crazy. That looks... I'm not gonna lie, like that doesn't even look like the same person.
No, he doesn't. What the hell, dude? That's not.
Why does he look like a young? He looks like a young, like Chinese leader or something, like a young Mao.
He looks like a young Chiang Kai-shek.
He doesn't look Iranian.
No, not really. Actually, I would say, folks, his attributes as a youth was more Mandarin than Persian, really, like at least in that picture. But anyways, let's see here. His education began at the age of 4 by learning the Quran at Maktab. Oh, okay, so he started off as a zealot. All right, so he spent his basic and advanced levels of seminary studies at Hausa of Mashhad. So we want to get on into.
So he's never had a real job?
I mean,
it just says a political career.
He was exiled. So this guy went straight from basically seminary school for his faith, and then went straight into being a government cleric. So this, and then he got exiled after doing that because he became extremely active against the Shah. So they exiled him. Apparently, he was arrested 6 times and then exiled for 3 years. So, dang. So this guy really never held a job, actually.
Assassination attempt too. So interesting. So this guy started off in a religious education. So he was in that environment, and then he got political with it. And because it's Iran, it was a mix between religion and politics. So he's never really had a normal. So he's not like Assad. He was in this to begin with. Like he was literally almost born into it.
Yeah, I mean that's actually crazy. Um, he also served on the battlefield as a representative of the Iranian Parliament's Defense Commission. Huh. So he was involved in the Iran-Iraq War, actually, on the front line, and then he escaped an assassination when a bomb was concealed in a tape recorder and it exploded beside him. So he actually has a game right arm.
Well, that sounds like something that Mossad would be pulling off with the pagers.
Man, luckily he wasn't around with the pagers these days. He wouldn't have gotten his arm. He wouldn't have gotten a game arm. He would have lost his nuts. But there he is shaking with his left hand because his right hand's a game. So that's interesting to know. I didn't know that. But yeah, the guy basically never really held a job. Like, let's see. Oh, there he was reading the will of Ruhollah Khomeini, who was the first leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the first supreme leader.
Was that Khomeini? That wasn't Khomeini. That was Khomeini.
Yeah, that was Khomeini, not Khomeini. This is the dude who looks like a wizard, who like he looks like Gargamel, like he'd go after the Smurfs or something like that. He looks like that.
He was going for that. What's his name? Rasputin kind of like style a little bit, but Iranian.
Let me see if I can get you all the real picture of this guy that makes him look. Yeah, this one where he looks like a Sean Connerized wizard guy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. You can't tell me that the Islamic Republic of Iran had a good start when the dude who is running the country looks like a living version of someone from the Empire in Star Wars. You know, it looks like he's like some sort of like a Sith Lord or something like that.
Yeah, this guy right here ain't no lord. He looks like a wizard.
Dude, he was walking around looking like this going, you know, sometimes women like to get in the last word.
Oh,
you know,
no.
Like, you're going to be getting a lot of mail. Might be getting a lot of... I can't even do that one, dude. I can't be doing that one. Oh, man. But anyways, this guy honestly was worse looking than the current guy. The current guy, man, honestly looks like a watered down version of this dude. Like, this guy looks like the Muppet version of the last guy, really.
He looks like somebody's grandpa grew their beard out like a lot and just jumped in that position and said, "I'm the Ayatollah now. Baby, don't blow up my nuclear shit." It's like, is this guy right here really who he says he is? Or is he just somebody's grandpa that grew a beard out and then pretended to be the Ayatollah? This guy doesn't fit.
Yeah, he doesn't fit. Like, he doesn't have that supreme leader aura about him, you know? He just doesn't have it. Like, you know what's weird,
He hides
though?
way like a grandpa with dementia, the way he hides in that bunker.
Damn, bro, honest. You know something that's interesting, man? If I'm not mistaken, Joseph Stalin's right arm was also game. Maybe there's a running occurrence with people having, like, game arms, and then they become dictators. But, like, let me check, because he had smallpox as... a kid, Stalin did, and they also would Photoshop his pictures heavily, because you can kind of see the pop marks of the scarring from the smallpox on his face, but usually he would never have a picture put out in the country and heavily publicized. It would usually be a painting of him, so that way they could, you know, basically Photoshop his face by painting it. But let's see here. What about his illness? We need to find his... He became alcoholic.
It seems like for somebody as bad as Stalin that instead of getting smallpox, he'd have got something a little bit more intimidating like large pox or something since he was such a bastard.
Oh, wait a minute. His left arm was game. It wasn't his right arm, but he still had a game arm. That arm, by the way, never, like, grew after that incident. So he had, like, this extremely short left arm, while his right arm was, like, normal adult-sized. Something they don't tell you about Stalin. But let me see if I can show y'all one of the pictures that they would have had of him as the leader. There's the whole thing about the Stakhanovite movement, but I'm trying to see if I can find the, I'm trying to find the painting of Stalin. Here we go. See how they would paint his face to where he didn't have any of the smallpox scarring and he looked perfect? That's how they would, like, they didn't put up pictures or, like, picture portraits of Stalin anywhere in the Soviet Union. It was basically always a print of a painting that they would put up of him in offices and such things, so that way they could hide all of the deformities.
Yeah, that's interesting. They were the first ones using like an Instagram filter on him, but like really painted. Also, by the way, I gotta say, like obviously a bad regime, but I mean these guys with the white suits, they were looking fresh with those white suits up here. I mean they got the white shoes. These guys are looking like mobsters up here or something like that. The way they're walking along.
They basically were the mob. Like they basically were the mafia back in the day. You know, the Soviet government, they didn't play games. That's for sure. Oh, there he was at his 70th birthday celebration. Oh, wow, he was almost as old as U.S. presidents. That's crazy. And look, there's Mao.
Oh, wow, that was a bad character next to another bad character.
Man, could you believe that? That is Mao Zedong. He said it. Mao Zedong. There he is.
I wonder if when they were small, they said, "I'm going to grow up and do heinous shit." I'm like, what got into them at what point? It's like, you know, there's people go through bad things all the time, you know, during their teenager years or childhood years and things like that. But they don't always turn out to be like mass murderers. It's like, what went wrong with these particular individuals that they decided to be the nastiest of the bastards out there and just do heinous stuff?
You know, I wonder what it is though with these people where they're like, when I grow up, I want to have an absolutely ass-looking haircut, and I want to wear it everywhere. It's like
it was the haircut that might have done him in. Like he could have gotten bullied over this. It could be what did him in.
Man, every kid at school is like, look at him, he's got a crappy haircut, and then he's like, you just wait and see, your whole family's gonna die in a famine I'll construct. You wait and see. It's like, I don't know what's up with these people. But also, have y'all ever seen Young Mao? Like, here's Young Mao.
Young Mao. That's Young Mao. He still had that bad haircut.
Bruh, he said, I want them Twin Peaks, but a haircut. It's like, dude.
He said, you know how those mountains, you know how they have peaks and they also have valleys? I want like the valley right in the middle, like, you know, the left side of the brain and right side of the brain. I want that to be symbolized with my hair.
Dude, he said, I want you to foreshadow the long march through the Xi'an mountains and the passes with my haircut. And they did it. They're like, okay, dude, that's going to be a really big thing in your future. Let me see if I can find y'all another. Here's Mao in 1925. Changed the haircut up a lot, literally in just that 1 year. And let's see here.
It looks like he wasn't evil then.
He started
to turn a little more evil. Yeah.
Bro.
There's something about the eyes. Like they're starting to look a little bit more dead in this picture. I think it's moving toward dead.
Bro, why does he have that mouth expression that one like TikTok dude has when he like puts out his hands to show something that's like obvious?
Copy lame.
Yeah, why is he doing like the Cobby Lane mouth deal? Like right there, bro. It looks like he's about to put his hands out, be like, there. Like that's what he's about to do.
He was thinking about the great TikTok revolution of 2024 back in 1927.
Man, he was like, these people right now, they don't get it, but their kids are going to love this. Like, the man. Oh, my God. Dude, was he wearing like an hat? Bro, he had like clown hair going on with that cap, bro. Like, bro, he's about to start blowing balloon animals up for kids at a party or something with that kind of hairdo going on. That's terrible looking. What else do we have here? Oh, there's the Long March. In case you didn't know, this is like a huge thing to the communists in China, is that Chiang Kai-shek tried to destroy the communists when they were in Jiangxi. So they went on this extremely long march. It was like 1,700 miles. So basically the drive we took from Birmingham to Salt Lake City to make it to Yan'an, which is now called Xi'an. Well, actually it's north of Xi'an, but technically within the Shaanxi province, so kind of around Xi'an. And they would hide out there and build up their forces all the way until the end of World War II. And then the Soviets would give them Manchuria. And then they basically moved their HQ from Yan'an and Xi'an to Manchuria, and then they'd start the Civil War from there, and then they'd eventually pretty much win it. That's how they're in control of the whole country today. But this is a huge thing in China. They have rockets named after the Long March. The Long March is something that's actually quoted as a common phrase in Chinese culture, because they have a saying in China that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, which is a reference to the Long March and is commonly said kind of like a get her done sort of a thing in China. So this is a huge thing to them. And also this is what made Mao Tai a big thing as well, like the what is it, Matthew, like the grain liquor of China. That's basically what made this a big deal, is that they traveled through that area and they used Mao Tai to sanitize the blisters on their feet from the Long March, which is what made it famous. So there you have it. That's why that's why Mao Tai is a big thing in China. Let's see. Let me show y'all another picture. Here he is once he finally was getting. Oh, look, he's kind of got the same thing going as other modern leaders. He was on his fourth wife by that point.
Oh wow, that is something. Madame Mao.
How many wives did he even have? I don't even know.
Uh-oh, look at him
Uh-oh.
over there. Look at
Little
this.
sly
Look at
fella,
this.
look at him.
They said, lean back and pose, Mal. And he said, yes, sir. And he did his hand out and everything. Look at that. That's where it is. This is where they started adopting that very, very famous coat that they wear. That one right here with the 2 pockets on it and the button-up shirt.
That's a Mandarin collar shirt. And apparently this was published in Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, or Mao Zedong, is the proper way to say that. I butchered it. But this is when he was getting into his cool dude era, and he was putting pictures like this in the book, and then he'd have a quotation after it, like, the only way to deal with landlords is beating them to death. It's like, I don't really think that vibe is really matching with what you're saying. You know, it's like bloodlusted ideology. I think he's trying to look like a cool dude when they're publishing. It doesn't make any sense. Let me see here. Oh wait, was that Khrushchev?
You know what's fascinating is all the leaders in China, typically all of them had a really, really rough time with their upbringing. Even the current leader, Xi Jinping, he had a very rough childhood, like very, very tough times. And also his family had very tough times too. Even though they were from generally a more elite family, Xi Jinping's family was, they were running through some very bad political issues when they were young, and they were getting all kinds of bad treatment throughout Xi growing up. So it seems to be a trend. If you're a leader in China, you have to go through trials and tribulations to be able to get there.
Yeah, that seems to be so. You know, a lot of dictators actually did that. Like Putin supposedly had a bad upbringing. I don't really know how true that is. He got a position in the KGB. Stalin had a really bad upbringing. Hitler had a bad one. Yeah, a lot of them actually had terrible upbringings. Like, if y'all don't know, Hitler would be beat often by his dad all the time growing up. I mean, it was like such a common occurrence that I think Hitler ran away from home when he was like a kid or something like that. At least once or twice, I believe. But, oh my goodness, is that Henry Kissinger?
Well, I say I've never seen such a fellow out here meeting with Mao Zedong.
You see, the important thing that we must remember is that we have to bomb Vietnam a little bit more like, to get the peace.
I don't think he sounded like a German.
He was German.
He didn't sound like that, though.
Yeah, he did. Like, he was from Germany, you know? Like, he was like born in Germany.
But he didn't sound like that. He sounded more of like a very aristocratic sound. It wasn't like the run-of-the-mill German accent.
Let me go pull this up really quickly. We got to find this out. I'm gonna play just a little audio.
Careful playing that, because that'll get us like instantly copyrighted.
Well, I gotta find out.
I think all the stuff that he put out, like speech-wise, I think it's all copyrighted.
Let's see. Well, he immigrated to the United States in 1938, and he was born in 1923. So that would have made him about 18 or so, if I'm doing the math right, by the time he moved to America. So I don't know why he would have like an aristocratic British accent, considering that he was born in Germany and lived in Germany all the way until he left when he was 18. I think that's enough to have a German accent. And from what I remember, every time I heard him talk in any clip, he always had a German accent. I might be wrong though, but I feel like he had a German accent. And everyone's saying that he did, so I'm not mistaken on that. He did have a German accent. Because the thing about him is that they referenced him in, I think it was Doctor Strangelove, the movie, and they had him as the advisor, I think, in the wheelchair. I think that was supposed to be the reference. And the guy was like, something that you can do. You were like talking this German accent, and that was supposed to kind of be a reference to him. But anyways. With that, folks, it's enough on that stuff. It's time for us to get on into the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Joseph Carr, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Joseph, for that 50. And we do appreciate that. And he said, I don't care about Putin's house.
Me either. Apparently a lot of people did, though, and there was no reason to even care because nothing even happened, so checkmate. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel keep running. Honestly, I didn't know why people were making a big deal out of that either. It's like, haven't the Russians bombed important government buildings in Ukraine throughout the years and nobody cared? Top government officials are living in them and such, or working out of them, and nobody ever gave a damn. But God forbid you try and blow up one of Putin's summer houses. Oh, then the whole world's going to hear about it. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Hal Rose, who puts in a $33 support. And thank you, Hal, as well, for that support. He said, I can't think of a better group to tune into this New Year's Eve, and LSA all the way.
Hey, and thank you for the kind words. We love to know that people think that. I honestly thought that people would choose other things rather than the show tonight. I really did, folks. I actually thought that. I was telling Matthew, I was like, I wouldn't expect it to be a big show. It's not. It's probably not going to be a big audience tonight because a lot of people are going to be out enjoying New Year's. But crazy enough, we basically had the same audience we would have normally had, if not an even larger amount of people tonight, per hour, than we would have had last night or the night before. And it's on New Year's Eve nonetheless, which is actually crazy to see. So a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and a happy New Year's to you. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Live Laugh Toaster Bath, who puts in a 30. And thank you very much, Live Laugh Toaster, for that support as well. They said, Happy New Year's, Andrew and Matt, and the entirety of the LSA. And just thought as to why China never engages in a military conflict, split in two, read together, please. And because they've been embarrassed in every war since the Qing Dynasty, LOL. And big ask, but can we get the Pimp Marmot celebrating New Year's for the folks? LLT, LSA.
That's not a big ask. We actually can do that. I'll have to pull it up here. It'll take me a minute. But to address the first part, China doesn't really get involved in a whole bunch of wars because they really don't have a reason to. They're not really a country that goes to war a great deal. As a matter of fact, that's just basically how they've performed. But they still are a significant threat. Like, don't be mistaken. Just because they don't go to war does not mean that they are not a significant threat. The only time that they ever go to war, however, is to push forward or try and take some sort of ground that the People's Republic of China claims to be an inalienable part of their sovereign territory, which basically they've gotten down to just about nothing these days. Arunachal Pradesh is one of those regions, as well as Ladakh, or at least some areas of Ladakh, and there's also Taiwan as well, some islands in the Amur River that Russia currently controls. And I think there is one other smaller border dispute that I'm not thinking of at the moment, but that's basically every active border dispute that they have. Two of those, Arunachal Pradesh and Ladakh, are with India. The Taiwan situation is obviously with Taiwan itself, and then the islands in the Amur River are with the Russians. So they have three border conflicts, or kind of border tension or issues, with only three countries, and then also they have everyone else in the South China Sea. Speaking not of the land, but also of the sea, they also have territorial water conflicts with the Philippines, Vietnam, and also in some limited instances, Brunei, and I believe Malaysia as well. So, and also Japan, I forgot to mention that, because of the Senkaku Islands. They actually have basically an issue with everyone around them, and they're claiming some form of territory somewhere, somehow. It's not like Russia, though, where it's like you give a mouse a cookie and they'll take a mile. They're really just wanting to get those areas specifically because they've been claiming them for about 70 years. But outside of that, though, they still are a pretty significant threat. The reason why they don't fight wars, though, is that China is very strategic in how they operate. And while the Russians really built up a whole aura about themselves that was not true, Chinese statescraft is a very well thought out and sort of formulated process that does work on a very long-term picture, which the Russians also try and do, but not as well. The Chinese are very much masters of that. We don't really know how their military will perform, but in terms of statescraft and foreign policy, they play the game quite expertly, I will admit. I do not like the Chinese and have a great deal of resentment for them, but they are also a fairly formidable enemy when it comes to foreign policy and diplomacy, because they actually maneuver that situation somewhat well most of the time until they start threatening to kill Takaishi in Japan, and then they literally just lost it at that point. It was like, I don't know what went through their minds to do that, because it's like that clearly isn't going to be helping them out in foreign policy whatsoever. It's only going to be hurting them. But for some reason they lost their cool there, but generally they play the long game most of the time. So we'll see how it goes. And also, let's see, someone saying, no, China has border conflicts with every neighboring nation. That is pretty much true. But they don't have border conflicts with Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, or Mongolia that I know of. It's basically everyone else around them, except for those and North Korea. So I hope that does address that somewhat well, in my opinion. But I think that they are going to force themselves into getting into a war with Taiwan because it's strategically important and economically important for them. And so I'm pretty sure that's going to be coming down the pipe either in between 2027 or all the way up until 2032. That's basically the time window that we are heavily expecting that to happen in. But with
And also, they got every reason to as well, because if Russia keeps pushing forward with Ukraine, which obviously they are, Putin's not going to stop the war, by the way. And even though the U.S. waffles on that from time to time, that's not going to change the inevitable. If Russia keeps pushing through Ukraine and that war keeps going on, it will naturally escalate, because Putin has been escalating the situation on the Baltic states. He's been escalating it by flying drones over European countries. So it's going to eventually spill over into Europe. It's naturally going to get that way. And the more escalations that happen in Europe, the more emboldened I think China will be to also feel like they have basically a cover to invade Taiwan, because the West is distracted with Europe. So they're going to be split between the two parts there, between Taiwan and Ukraine. So I think that'll also embolden them even further.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I would say that that probably will embolden them a great deal. And I also saw someone say that, oh, well, you know, the Chinese, they study the art of war. I'm going to be honest with y'all, folks. I'm just going to be straight up. The art of war is heavily overrated. I'm like, I know that's going to sound like blasphemy to a lot of people. A lot of people sit there and quote, oh, the art of war this, the art of war that, Sun Tzu this, Sun Tzu that. The art of war is basically war for dummies. Like like it really doesn't apply a lot in the modern day, because it's like, yeah, the high ground's good until you get surrounded in the low grounds, and you're basically stuck up there and besieged without a supply line, and so on and so, you know, like it's good sounding as like a very beginning sort of an analysis of what war is, or what it's kind of about, and maybe some of the basic rules. But modern warfare is a lot more complex and advanced than what it's laid out in the book, The Art of War. Like, for example, things like this. Sun Tzu said, the art of war is of vital importance to the state. I think everyone knows that one. Like, I don't think you need to read a book on that one. And also, it is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin, hence is subject of inquiry, which can, on no account, be neglected. I mean, like, this is stuff that you would pretty much know by default. Like, you know, if you grow up in the modern day, and you look at modern statescraft and foreign policy and everything else, it's not anything that's, you know, wildly, you know, giving you a humongous revelation on what war is or what foreign policy and diplomacy is, because this is more so talking about the foreign policy and diplomacy element of leading up to a war right here, about considering a war, whether it's needed or not. But this is extremely basic strategy, and a lot of people for some reason always inflate this book into like it is literally the answering key to how to fight a war. It's basically like the step book, and it's not. Like, if you look at modern war in any way, this sort of stuff, like the basic rules apply, but everything is far more nuanced and advanced these days than what's laid out in this book. And I honestly think, in my personal opinion, it's overrated. Like the ATP, the Army Techniques Procedure that was put out on Chinese Army tactics in 2020, is far more important and far more informational than this book ever could have been on anything to do with the Chinese in particular. And then you can get an ATP for basically every adversary that we have, the Russians, the North Koreans, the Iranians, and so on, and get a way better purview than this would ever give. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, in my opinion. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so with that, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Chef Danny B, who puts in a $30 support. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $30 support. And it's good to see you. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here, and Happy New Year to y'all. And also Happy New Year to you, Danny. He said, and the LSA, and much love from Colorado. And I got a bottle of champagne and 200-shot mortar for after midnight. And... excuse me, and LLT, LSA. And sorry for sneezing on your super chat, Danny. That was totally unintentional there. I don't know what got into me. A little bit of that dusty. I think the fireworks are kicking up some of that dust from outside, that pesky. But I will say this. That sounds like it could be a good time there. Me personally, I don't drink, but a bottle of champagne, that sounds like it could be something that could be a bit tasty. Also, 200-shot mortar, that sounds like something that could be very spicy. That might be what's going off around Enforcer's place, something like that. Sounds like something large. That was a loud laugh there. That scared the hell out of me. But a 200-shot mortar, that's a big one. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, Chef Danny B is having a great night. Champagne and also a 200-round mortar. That sounds like a great night right there. And I gotta say, A huge thanks to you for the support on this night. A happy New Year's to you as well, Chef Danny B, Chef of the LSA. And it's also great to know that you're here with us, enjoying this whole deal as we are here, counting down the next 28 minutes for the Central Time Zone in America to have its Happy New Year, and also all the Central Time Zone folks up in Canada. But before we move on from that, I saw someone say this. Someone said, "Why don't you become as great as Sun Tzu, then so others in the future can say your ideas are overrated?" I mean, you don't like, it doesn't matter if someone's great or not. Like, an idea can be overrated, like if I became the greatest person on earth, like I conquered the entire world in the future and I united it under one government that lasted well into the future. And I told people the floor is made of floor. I'm not going to expect people in the future to go, wow, that is deeply profound. I would expect that people hundreds of years in the future will go, that's a very overrated statement. I mean, that's an obvious assessment of something. It doesn't take a genius, a unifier of the entire globe to make a statement like that. Literally anyone could know it. That's like saying shit stinks. Like, a lot of what is in The Art of War is basically like, shit stinks, flies are attracted to it. When it rains, you can't see the sun really most of the time. The sun rises and sets every day. It's stuff like that. And it's like, maybe if you're in like middle school and you really don't know what war is, like that would be a really good book. But when you're like grown, it's like there's just many other better books to read, especially ones that pertain to modern warfare and not pertaining to a type of warfare doctrinally that is completely obsolete and also is not even covered in that book at all either. So that would be my opinion on it. So also Black Hole said the art of war is just common sense military strategy. I mean, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like it's giving you any new information, it's giving you stuff that you probably already knew. And it's like, that's why I don't find it profound, because a lot of people know that stuff without even having to read the book, and then you read it and you literally already knew the answer before you read it. So it's like, how's this a great book? I just don't see it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Angel TL. And thank you very much, Angel, for that $27 support, and we do appreciate it. They said, do you think that China's democracy movement came too early? And could a government suppress an event like Tiananmen Square in today's digital internet age? And thank you for understanding the futility of isolationism, and Paul from the UK.
Hey, and a big shout out to you, Paul from the UK. And as far as China being able to suppress any sort of dissent, they actually do a pretty good job at it right now. They have an incredibly strong control on internet access and internet availability within the People's Republic of China, and also what they can access. So there isn't really a way to mobilize people in China through social media or the internet, because the Chinese have an incredibly strict control on what is said and what is authorized to be said on their internet. So for that reason, it's not as easy to conduct any form of rebellion in China as it would be in other countries like Iran right now, to where Iran has very little control on any form of social media or media outlets, which is really much to the dismay of that dictatorship, because usually dictatorships have extremely strong control on any forms of communication, so that way people cannot organize to conduct any form of an uprising.
But you forget, though, that VPNs are actually a thing in China, so they can get around it, get around the Great Firewall, as they call it. That's what they call the censorship on the internet in China, is the Great Firewall. They can get around that with a VPN. Technically, I believe it's like a gray area. Like, there's some VPNs that are not allowed in China, and then there's some that are allowed. It's kind of like a weird gray area with that. But you can get in a lot of trouble, apparently, if you use a VPN to get around the Great Firewall intentionally to get on a site that they've blocked, the CCP is blocked in that country. You can get in big trouble for that. But they can technically still organize. That's still a thing.
I mean, not really. And also, those VPNs are basic, like, not to diss on VPNs that work in China, but the Chinese government flips those off like a light switch whenever they want to. Like, whenever the Chinese Founders Parade comes around, or the Liberation Parades, or anything along those lines, they literally just shut off all the VPNs in the country like they have a light switch for them. So, it's like, is it really getting around the Great Firewall if the Chinese government can literally flip off all the VPNs and just completely shut them down at specific periods? And it's like, not really. It's more so allowing for controlled dissent, but nothing that would start to threaten the existence of the state. Because the Chinese understand all of that. Like, the Chinese aren't going to be defeated by a simple VPN. Like, they already understand the kind of threat that would pose. And so people who want to get a VPN, they kind of allow it, and they allow a little bit of dissent. Because technically, like, if y'all don't know, you can actually go and get the movie and the book 1984 in China and watch the movie and read it. Which basically is an anti-communist government movie in its rawest form. But you can still get it. It's just a little bit more difficult to get it. So that way they can allow people to feel like they have an outlet to dissent, but that dissent will never become dangerous because they're kind of allowing these people to vent a little bit, but in no way that will allow for them to rally people around them and then become destructive. They are very deliberate with how they design their social systems in China to allow people to be a little bit unhappy, but not unhappy to the point that they start rallying people. So I would say that it'd be really hard to pull that off in China, and that's generally why you haven't really seen anything like Tiananmen Square happen since then, at least from what I've seen. Like, it happened in Hong Kong, but that's because Hong Kong was a former British subject, and they had completely different rights and liberties as a British subject than they did Chinese. But that is a Hong Kong situation and not representative of the mainland. The mainland is an entirely different beast, and especially in the modern day, that's why you generally don't see a lot of protests or any attempted uprisings much at all, is because they have incredibly strict control over any form of communication or media. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And a big shout out to you all the way over there in the United Kingdom, because if it wasn't for folks like you that were a part of this great Lee Spring Army, we wouldn't be able to say that the Lee Spring Army is truly globe spanning. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And jumping into our next one, this one goes to Paul Liam, who puts in a 25. And thank you very much, Paul, for that support as well. And he said, Happy New Year, Enforcers, and Happy New Year to the LSA.
And a big Happy New Year to you as well. And a humongous Happy New Year's to the LSA. Hopefully, everyone will be having a great one next year. The world will be still having tough times like we had this year, but hopefully everyone will be having a great New Year's this next year nonetheless. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I want to see something real quick here. So I saw someone in the chat, Frank. He said most Iranians are illiterate. That's actually not true, Frank. That's actually not true. Iran has a high literacy rate, or at least they claim from 2023 data. Around 89% of adults have literacy in Iran, with the youth being about 99%, at least according to what they're saying. So I would tend to believe that most people in Iran are illiterate. The problem is, though, people mistake being censored for being illiterate. They're not able to have freedom to exercise that literacy, basically, because they are so censored. So from the outside, it looks like, oh, the Iranians are apparently dumb. But in reality, though, it's just they know to keep low. They know to lie low, basically, so they don't get in trouble. So I think they're actually pretty decently educated, at least in my personal opinion.
They actually are. Like, as far as literacy rates, theocracies, which are religiously led governments, usually have incredibly high literacy rates because they usually want their citizens to be able to read their some form of an important religious text. That actually is true for the Scandinavian countries, which historically boasted some of the highest literacy rates by percentage in the entirety of the globe before literacy was even really a wide-sweeping concept like it is in the modern day. The Northern European nations, or the Scandinavian countries specifically, back in the 1600s, if I'm not mistaken, were heavily leaning more into the Calvinist sects of Protestantism at that time. And there was a heavy belief in the Calvinist sect of Christianity in that period that individuals should have the ability to read and comprehend what they're reading inside of the Bible. So there were humongous efforts by the monarchies of Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and also Finland at the time to be able to get everyone up to an ability to be not only able to read the Bible, but to also be able to understand it and interpret it. And that's why even in the late 1600s, they had literacy rates in the 80 and 90 percentiles inside of the Scandinavian countries, while most other countries in Europe, including Britain, France, and others, generally saw literacy rates around 30% or less. That also is something that was big in the Islamic world as well, is that in the Islamic world, it was also heavily emphasized during that period and even in the modern day that people should be able to read the Quran. So there were usually heavy emphases or emphases on getting people up to a high literacy rate so that they could actually read the Quran. So, usually while I'll say this, theocracies as a form of government are absolutely horrendous to live under because they basically allow for no freedom of religion or any disagreement with the prevailing idea of a state religion. At the same time, though, one of the silver linings to those forms of government is that they usually encourage extremely high rates of literacy, which is not only beneficial for them reading whatever important religious text they have, but it's also incredibly beneficial in being able to read and learn any sort of concept or anything for that matter, and it also helps to progress those nations, at least in that degree, in literacy abilities.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And also, I see someone saying Calvinist was Switzerland. I think I might have it wrong for the Scandinavian countries. It was a certain kind of religion, of a Christian sect of Protestantism that was prevailing in that area during that time that had a heavy emphasis on literacy. It probably wasn't Calvinist, but I'm trying to think of what it was. I'm sure someone from the Scandinavian countries will probably tell us in the chat, because if I did get that wrong, I'm sorry to all of y'all folks for getting that part of your history wrong, but the rest of it still stands as correct, except for what Protestant sect was prevailing in that area. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one goes to Cliff, who puts in a 22. And thank you very much, Cliff, for that support. He said, Enforcers, Happy New Year and best wishes for 2026. And give us some quick predictions for 2026. 1, will Ukraine war be in a ceasefire or some form of detente? Detente. That's a word above my pay grade there at the detente at the end of 2026. And 2, will Iran be on the path toward democracy? And me personally, I would say, Cliff, for your question 1, my personal prediction, will the Ukraine war be in a ceasefire? I would say likely not. Putin has made it extremely clear that he will never agree to a ceasefire. And for whatever reason, the U.S. officials said that they understand why he doesn't want a ceasefire, which makes 0 sense. So I would say the odds of a ceasefire are basically slim to none, like less than 5%. If anything is going to happen with the Ukraine war to end it, it'll have to be a peace deal. And if they can't even agree to a ceasefire, then a peace deal is miles away. So not happening, I would say. The war is going to continue probably throughout the entirety of 2026 and probably well beyond that. Number 2, will Iran be on a path toward democracy? I don't know about that. The concern I have with Iran, even though I'm 100% for the people that are trying to regain their freedom inside of that country, the Iranian civilians, that is, I'm a bit worried that if Iran topples the government that's currently in place, the Iranian regime, that maybe a bad actor might try to jump in and try to take charge of Iran before the people are able to form a civilian-led government. I'm worried about that because you got to remember that ISIS is still a thing. We can see that in Syria. We can see that all over the Middle East. ISIS is still a thing. So I'm a bit worried that maybe a terrorist faction might jump in there after the Ayatollah is toppled and maybe try to seize power before the civilians can properly form a government. That's what I'm worried about. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I think that the Islamic Republic of Iran is probably going to be dealing with some pretty difficult times in the future. But my predictions generally for 2026, and also folks, I got to say this, don't hold me to these predictions. Like snowballing or crystal balling, which is the actual way to say that, is incredibly difficult, if not impossible to do. The situation changes basically week to week, and something that looks like it's definitely going to happen this week could not be the case next week. So I just want to say up front, because someone's going to do it anyways. Whatever I say right now, do not take this and then go, well, you're wrong later because we're being asked, so I'm giving an answer, but it might be wrong anyways. There is definitely going to be rising tensions, if not a full outbreak of war, this next year with the Russian Federation, which is looking decently likely with how much war preparations are being made. I don't really think there's going to be any detente inside of Eastern Europe at all. This is actually going to be escalating throughout the remainder of this year. The Russians are adamant on total victory. The Ukrainians are not willing to give an unconditional surrender. So this is on a crash course to end up in the worst case scenario, and there's really nothing we can do to avoid that. With Iran, it's pretty likely that they're either going to put this down with extreme amounts of violence, which will lead to their government collapsing in several years, or they're going to have to start easing up what their government is and what it's doing at this point to be able to try and appease these people and try and stay in power for a little bit longer. The war with Taiwan is not going to happen this year. It's going to happen in 2027 most likely. So that won't be happening next year. It'll be more low-level coercion efforts, but probably nothing beyond that. And as far as everything else in the world, we're kind of playing that by ear. Don't really know if we're ever going to invade Venezuela. We probably won't. India and Pakistan are going to get into another conflict again. It's really just more so waiting it out and seeing as to when. It might be next year. It might be the year after that. It's kind of shocking they haven't gotten into a war yet because Pakistan's still dealing with water shortages because of the Indians diverting their water. So I don't know how that hasn't turned into a war just yet, but Pakistan is going to be forced to fight the Indians at some point over that issue. Thailand and Cambodia might actually be done with. It doesn't look like it's starting up again. So they actually might be working on getting a real peace deal in place that doesn't involve the U.S. just forcing one for a Nobel. So that might actually have rounded out finally and ended at least for a pretty long period of time, probably through the rest of this next year. And as far as the Yemeni civil war would go, I have a feeling that the Southern Transitional Council and the Houthis might actually be the only two groups left in Yemen in the civil war by the end of this year. It looks like the Saudis are trying to consolidate the STC to basically be the only anti-Iranian, anti-Houthi force in the area, and I'm sure they're probably going to end up wiping out the Hadrami elites and the Republic of Yemen's government by that point. Syria is incredibly unstable. And I'm not really, I can't even give a good prediction on that. I'm not really sure where they will go. They might precariously make it through 2026 somewhat intact like they are right now, or they might completely collapse into a second civil war. That's also as equally likely. So that would be my best predictions that I could give for what this next year might look like. But once again, do not hold me to that at all, folks, because I'm just giving a prediction because someone asked, and usually, folks, doing a prediction like that is an absolute crapshoot, and you have a less than 1% chance of being right on one of those things or all of them together. So that would be my best guess at it, but that is a best guess. Don't take it as anything more than that. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Arar983, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Arar, as well, for that support. He said, Happy New Year, Enforcers, and I hope the aliens stop taking your cows.
Hopefully they will. We lost another one last night. Old Bessie, she just went up in the tractor beam and was gone for good. Sad thing, really. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and jumping into our next one here, this one's going to go to Norman Ozen, who puts in a $20 support as well. And thank you very much, Norman, for that support. He said, Happy New Year, boys, and keep up the great work.
Hey, and Happy New Year to you, and we will keep up the great work. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from N. Hansen. And thank you very much, Hansen, for that support. A $20 support. And they said, freedom for Iran and a Happy New Year. And take a question from the chat.
And a Happy New Year to you as well. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the one from the live chat goes to Unsung, who said, What is your prediction for the future and where will we be in 1 year? Now, Unsung, that's a very interesting one right there. If you're speaking geopolitically, I would say, and once again, I hate to say this, folks, because I don't want to be negative on New Year's night. I'll be perfectly honest. That's not a good look. But at the same time, though, I don't want to lie and sugarcoat it just to make it sound positive, because it's my honest objective assessment of this is not very positive, to be perfectly honest. I'll just say it how it is. This is the way I think. 2026 is going to be the year that we basically slide into global conflict, unfortunately, and it'll probably be toward the midpoint of the year, toward the later end of the year. That's my current prediction. Don't hold me to it. I'm kind of like the enforcer on that one. I don't want to be making solid concrete predictions and then have them turn out to be not exactly accurate, because it's hard to have a crystal ball on things like this because sometimes they take unexpected turns. But something else that I also want to mention as well is the United States is going to be tested to the extreme later this year. Hopefully the United States can hold itself together and also remain cohesive. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but we need to make sure that we're united as a nation and that we're not fighting against each other as a nation. And we need to make sure of that, especially in 2026, because toward the later part of the year, we're going to be in for a test of our democracy, and hopefully democracy prevails. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I mean, I would generally stick with what I was saying earlier on most of the foreign policy stuff, and as far as the domestic political stuff, I'll just keep that as it is. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Old Warrior Fellow, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well for that support. And he said, how long before Russia is asking Iran for those rocks to throw, since they can't afford bullets or even gas for their Molotov cocktails?
That's a good question. I think though, I think the rocks will actually have a decent amount of firepower behind them, really, because it was rocks that started off the Syrian civil war, and I think that there's definitely a high chance that rocks could start off whatever is going on in Iran, which I generally describe as a growing revolution at this point. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And you know something, Matty, that's very interesting, speaking about some interesting internal American stuff. Did you know that there was actually an attempted coup in the United States in 1933?
I'm sure there probably was. There was a lot of testing of the federal government back in that time.
Yeah, but there was actually a real attempted coup by businessmen in America in 1933. Like, they were actually planning on using parts of the military to overthrow the government and also depose FDR and install a puppet leader of the country that would support the business interests. And the rebellion was going to be led by this general called, and I'm not kidding about this guy's name, Smedley Butler, who was a general. If you look at this guy, like, I don't know who, you know who he looks like, man? He looks like that guy on TikTok who does like that New York accent. He's like, "What are you looking at me for?" Like, he looks just like that. But this was a guy
He kind of does.
This was the guy who was actually going to lead that attempted coup, and he ended up ratting on everyone and testifying before Congress that there was a great deal of businessmen who had approached him to actually have him lead an attempted coup against the U.S. government and to overthrow the entirety of it if it was possible. Interestingly enough, folks, they had a whole bunch of congressional inquiries on it, a whole bunch of court cases, and then they buried all of the testimony. They completely redacted all of the names of the businessmen who were involved and completely buried that thing, and basically everyone's forgotten about it. So, a little bit interesting. Kind of sounds like something going on these days if you think about it, but that was actually something that it was attempted at the time. So, you know, there's been a lot of times, folks, that democracy has been tested in this country. Luckily, we made it this far, so hopefully we'll make it a little bit farther. So with that,
what's the best antidote? What's the best antidote for a democracy that is sick? The best antidote for it is for people to hear the truth without any censorship, to hear it and actually assess it objectively. Like, that's what people need. When democracy starts getting perverted, essentially, that's what needs to happen. And it's a mindset of the people. Like, the people have to be willing to actually use their brain, think about the situation, and make rational decisions based on that information. Like, right now, it's like people are in a bit of an information bubble, essentially. Like, whatever you want to believe, you were fed that over and over and over thanks to social media. You're put into an echo chamber. People like to call it an echo chamber now, but I call it like a bubble of information, which is unhealthy psychologically, and also it's unhealthy for democracy, because if people start getting indoctrinated in their ways, even if their way has merit to it, you don't want to get to the point where you're so indoctrinated and so ingrained in your ways that you shut off all external influences and you're not even willing to listen to anybody. Because the moment people stop listening, discussing things rationally, or talking to each other, democracy is literally founded on that. You can't shut that off, or otherwise you won't have democracy. So that's the problem today, is people have to start thinking rationally, because this crazy thinking that's going on now, I mean, democracy can't survive that. So people have to sort of turn around their way of thinking.
Yeah, I would have to say, and you know, I can already see some people in the chat who don't get it at all, and are kind of like a few, like I say, very few, that would be generally a part of the problem. Because, you know, folks, whenever anyone says, like, you know, extremism is not really doing too well, I think you give an extremist response to that answer, you're a problem. Like it doesn't matter what side you're on, you're a part of the problem. It's not like, just to make this clear for people who are about to start acting like I'm trying to attack them personally, it's not the far right that's the problem, and it's not the far left that's the specific problem. It's both of them that are the problem. If you're in either one of of those groups, you're one of the people who are accelerating the collapse or general degradation of the democratic system that we've had for 250 years. That's just putting it straight up. I'm not one for like people who kind of don't really kind of, but really more so lean into fascism, and the people who lean into socialism or communism. Those are extremes that the United States has never been existed or founded upon, or has survived in really even succeeded on. Neither one of those has ever led to American success. The American success has been led forward by the American way. And a lot of people look at democracy as democracy, but democracy in its modern form is an American concept. That is our concept here in this country, and it's been the most successful one that the world's ever seen. It's so successful, basically every other country has had to emulate or try to copy our form of government to try and have that form of success. So I don't know why in the hell anyone would even say something like, oh, leaning more towards the fascist side or the communist side is going to be the answer to this country's woes, because it's never been the answers to our country's woes, and it's never been the answer to any other country's woes. Look at any fascist and communist government that's existed over the last century and tell me which one is better for wear than we are, and the answer is none. China is the only communist country that succeeded, and that's because they're basically communist in name only. Every other communist country has failed, and every other fascist country has completely flopped on its face because fascist ideas are absolutely stupid and founded in fiction, a lot like communism. So that's my answer to that, and I don't really I just find it so annoying, folks. Like when Matthew said that, people are in the chat saying, yeah, I mean, if those let's see, what is it? If those maggot people would just cease to exist, or people are saying, yeah, if the immigrants are all kicked out, it's like, do y'all not understand that both of those ideas are the problem? They're just so extreme. They don't even exist in reality. Like there's so much nuance and complication to either one of those points, just those two, and the hundreds of others that these people have simple slogans on. They are so more nuanced, and there's a lot of gray area involved there, and a lot of intricate detail that has to be addressed that neither side addresses, and they just go with hardline black and white slogans. It's either the light switch is on or it's off. And foreign policy and domestic policy is not a light switch, flick on, flick off sort of a thing. It's more so of a sliding scale or an incredibly advanced equation for any sort of a system or any sort of a problem that the nation's facing. But anyways,
on the binary thinking, which is either it's this way or this way. There's only two things it can possibly be. This binary thinking is really dumb because not everything in life is black and white. There is nuance to stuff. So you can't just shut off completely and say it's either yes or no, and that's the end of it. It's like you can't just pigeonhole everything like that. You can't do that. There's nuance to everything. There's good points to every side. Now there has to be a right and wrong side. Like someone's plan has to be implemented, but there's merit to everything. That's why there's debate. For example, even though we ban Russian bots out of the chat, if someone comes in here, I will say this for me personally, if someone comes in here and is misguided and has been misled by Russian propaganda, and they ask us a good faith question or ask me a good faith question and say, well, how come Russia is saying that the reason they went to war with Ukraine and invaded is because Ukraine was going to join NATO, and that's why they did that, was to preempt it. Somebody actually asked me that on Twitter yesterday, and I was like, you know what? Instead of just getting angry over it, because I know the truth, I know the answer, let me genuinely engage with the person, because maybe they mean it in good faith, and I'm just going to explain it to them. And I explained, well, Russia annexed Crimea before Ukraine was actually legitimately looking to join NATO, like seriously trying to join the NATO alliance. They invaded before that, and that's what prompted Ukraine to then go and want to join NATO properly, was the annexation of Crimea. And the person actually changed their mind, believe it or not. They actually changed their mind on it. But if you'd have been like everybody likes to do today and immediately jumped the person and started cussing at them, then they would have never changed their mind. And that's the problem today. Nobody wants to have a conversation. They immediately want to jump to attacking somebody, or they want to jump to going and hiding in a hole, one or the other. So it's the mindset. If the mindset would change, yes, there's going to be people that are still lunatics that don't want to listen. But if you at least try, I think you'll find that some people will change.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Also, someone said democracies happened in ancient Greece. Yeah, but that was 2,000 years ago. That wasn't anything modern. Democracy in its modern form is an American creation for the large part, especially with how we did it. because there was a form of a republic system in Rome, and there was a direct democracy system in Greece. But the federal republic system, as it exists today, is largely an American creation. It is an Enlightenment ideal, because saying democracies existed before, but the first one that ever existed before America was 2,000 years before it, then that didn't exist. And France was not a democracy either. I don't know if you remember this, but France was the one who funded the U.S. Revolution and then allowed for the United States of America, through its military intervention, to come into being. And then the monarchy that had singularly funded that and then basically bankrupted France as a result, then completely neglected its citizenry. And those French citizens saw how well off America did with its revolution, and then they decided to kill off their monarchs and also wipe out basically the first and second estates and have the third estate basically run the show, which that was not. And then the Reign of Terror happened, which was basically a dictatorship, and then there was the rise of Napoleon after that, and then they basically had no democracy all the way up until it would be I believe it was the Second Republic, which came way later in the 1800s. So France was not a democracy before America. America was the first modern democracy. France was hardly even a second, because they quite literally went immediately into basically a dictatorship right after they overthrew the monarchy. So I would say that really the closest thing to saying there was a modern democracy would probably be the British Parliament before the United States. But the first true democracy without a sovereign was the United States of America in the modern age. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to OK State, who puts in a 20. And OK State said, it won't let me submit my super chat question, so I put it in the chat questions. And bless y'all in 2026. And also, thank you for that support, by the way, OK State. We do appreciate it. And I was checking here. I was going back up to see. I don't think I got your live chat question there. So if you'd like to send it back to me again, I can return to it and I can ask it. But thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to W Sub C, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for that support. They said, Happy New Year, and very kind of you to hang out with us online on New Year's Eve. And I hope 2026 is a year of healing for your family.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because we always try and keep this thing rolling, keep it running. Hopefully the new year will be a great one and all the right decisions will be made. So a big thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mark Dixon, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Mark, as well, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 20 from Bobby, also known as LC39A, once again. And he put in another 20. He said, would Israel side with the Iranian rebels?
Yes, they definitely would. Anything to destabilize the current Islamic Republic and its extremely religiously fanatic government, the Israelis would support. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Robert Betancourt. And thank you very much, Robert, for also supporting the channel. And he said, will the United States abandon Ukraine at any point?
Yeah, I would say probably not. Not completely, at least, but it's hard to say. I mean, that's like trying to predict what the president's going to do is literally a crapshoot. It's impossible. There's no clue to even know what he's going to say tomorrow. Because today he said that Russia's the one responsible for continuing the war. Tomorrow he's probably going to blame the Europeans for the war, and specifically probably the British, maybe. I don't know. So it's really hard to say. But I hope that addresses that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, really quickly, folks, some people are saying America's not a democracy, it's a republic. A republic is a form of democracy. Communist countries are not communist. Specifically, China is not communist. They're actually Maoist-Leninist. That's what they are specifically. That's a form of communism, though. That doesn't mean they're not a truly communist country. They are a truly communist country, but they're of the Maoist-Leninist variety of communism. This country is a democracy, but it's a federal republic form of democracy. Democracy is an umbrella term. We are a democracy, but we are specifically a federal republic. But anyways, with that, a happy new year to everyone in the central time zone, by the way. We just missed that by 5 minutes. But hey, happy new year! Happy new year to all of you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Promo Market Gerald, who put in a 15. And he said, hello there to the LSA.
And a big hello to the LSA on your behalf as well. And a big hello to you. I hope you're doing well tonight, and a big happy New Year's to you. And so a big thanks to you once again for support. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have an $11 support from Plazath. And thank you very much, Plazath, for that $11 support. He said, Happy New Year to the LSA and have a great Steam. And a question from the chat, please, an LLT LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big thanks to you for being here with us tonight. A happy New Year's to you. And we will make sure to get one from the chat. So what do we got?
And also, by the way, we got to grab that marmot, by the way. I saw D. Stevenson mention that. We forgot to get the marmot out here, actually. But also, to grab the live chat question for Plazath real quick, the live chat goes to Imperial, who said, could we see the situation in Iran escalate into a full-blown civil war?
I think we'll probably see it not as a civil war. I think what this will be right now is probably just a simple revolution and probably not a civil war. A civil war is basically a failed revolution that then turns into a drawn-out war. I think this here, however, though, has so much momentum behind it possibly that the government really won't have a way to fight back too well. So this will basically end up being a form of a revolution, overthrowing the government and then immediately installing a different one, maybe. That would be at least my belief at the moment. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And you know, folks, we have to go get the pimp marmot. I'm so sorry for forgetting that earlier, by the way. But oh, hello there, Governor. Hey!
Oh, hello there. It's not a little pimp cane with a little bit of a cigar and a little bit of some glasses and a purple velvet hat. That's what they say is a good deal for a marmot. Let's say, what's that fly down there doing?
Aw, man, I'm just getting canceled today. Aw, man. I sat there and said something really sus.
Don't say that on YouTube. Don't say it on YouTube. Don't do it. It's too sus.
I know, that's why I was saying sus, because you can't even mention what he said on YouTube. Aw, man. But what I was saying is that I was going to take a beyond that. That is the pimp, marmot, and the fly. I got to tell y'all, folks, it is something, a very rare sighting, folks. Y'all been blessed on New Year's night with the pimp marmot. Not something we commonly show on the channel anymore, but it is a work of art by none other than the Enforcer and Jacopo Lugosi. So a great thing.
Do you think that pimp marmot? Do you think he's smoking a Cuban?
I think he's probably smoking a Dominican.
You don't think he's breaking the sanctions, do you?
No, he's a law-abiding pimp. He's not smoking a Cuban. It's a Dominican cigar.
He's like Kramer. He said, I'm going to go find some of those Cubans, Jerry. I'm going to go find some of those fine boxed cigars, the finest type from Havana. They said they got a little syndrome down there in Savannah. I said, I got a little syndrome too. I need a little bit of tobacco. So I went down there and got the finest Havana Cubans that I could find.
Man, man, honestly, but the marmot is one hell of a segment, I'll tell you that. But we're going to say goodbye to the pimp marmot, and I'm so sorry once again for missing
Piss off with you, Governor. Take me off the screen.
Oh, okay, all right. But with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to go to none other than, guess who? It goes to none other than John Monty 1976, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, John, for that 20. He said, when the war is won in Ukraine, how will they secure the borders from Big Red?
You mean Texas Red? like you know, the guy from that song Big Iron. But the way that it'll be secured is basically just building up significant defensive structures. They're already doing that in the Baltics and in Poland, and I believe that they're starting to do that in Finland, and in Ukraine they'll probably do the same. Especially with the areas in the south, they're basically impassable because of the river, the Dnipro River, so those will probably be very easily defensible areas. The areas of the Zaporizhian Plain over in the Donbass, those will be a little bit more difficult to defend, but like they did in 2014 and 2016 and in 2022, they just dig in really heavily and try and hold the positions for as long as they can, which works incredibly well. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Raphael, and Raphael said, Happy New Year, LLT, LSA, and USA.
Hey, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And a big thanks to you once again for support, and a Happy New Year to you. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Space Fraggle, who puts in a 10. He said, Happy New Year to the LSA and Enforcers.
Hey, and a big happy new year to you as well. And I hope that you've had a great one. And hopefully we'll have a great year together, folks. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here, by the way, also I see a really good. I want to grab this live chat question real quick. In the meantime, before I grab the remaining super chats, Hone Music said, "Let's do a quick top 3 stories that you guys have reported on this year before the new year begins." I would say this year, honestly, I actually gotta go take a look at our list real quick here. Let me go
Well, the
punch
12-day
up
war.
Arch. Say what?
The 12-day war is definitely number one.
That would be a top one right there. Me personally, scrolling back real quick, I'm trying to go find one here. The 12-day war would be at the top of my list, I would say. That would definitely be a big one. Another top story this year was probably the drones going into Poland. That was another massive one that happened this year. And there's been so much that's happened this year. It's hard to keep up with how much has gone on. So honestly, shoot, that's a tough one. Enforcer, what would be the third one if you had to name one off the top of your head?
Oh, I'd probably say that the third one would be Damn.
Syria falling apart?
That was really a last year thing, like a 2024 deal. They collapsed around then. So, damn, let me think. That's a hard one, folks, because there's so many crazy things that have happened over the course of this year. It's really hard to come up with a third one. I mean, the 12-day war was definitely the biggest one, because when we go back and look on our dashboard at the largest streams that we had this year, literally the top 12 are all literally every single stream from every single day of the 12-day war. Those are the largest live streams we ever ran in channel history, every single one of them. Outside of that, though, I mean, I guess kind of just the growing tensions in Europe is in general, which have kind of been an overarching thing this year, have also been probably the third largest story that we've covered. Nothing that was like a significant key historical moment, but more so a historical phase or era in our history is the preparation for war in Europe. That's probably the other third largest story that we've seen this year, but it is more so just like a background noise thing every day than, something that directly happened like the 12-day war or the drone violations in Poland and everything else. So with that, I hope that addresses...
Oh, also, Ella said that. What about that Russian sub that had to get towed back? That's another good one. I wouldn't say it's like...
I got it. Operation Spiderweb.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, though, I wouldn't call the Russian sub being towed back. That's not a top 3, I would say. But that is an honorable mention, though. That was embarrassing as hell, that having to get that whole submarine getting towed back with the diesel leak. That was an embarrassing thing right there. So I would give that one an honorable mention. But I would say the one the Enforcer just mentioned, that would probably be the third one I would mention is the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, a third of the Russian strategic bomber fleet being destroyed in a single day. That was actually a really big story that... Honestly, there's been so many of them, you completely forget about stuff like that, but that probably would be number 3 for me, more so than the ongoing preparations for war in Europe. So, with that, I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Howard Turgell, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Howard, for that $50 support right there. Another massive one, and we do appreciate it. He said, "Happy New Year from Canada, and cheers."
And a happy new year to you all the way up there in Canada, Howard Turgell. And I hope that it's going to be a great new year for all of you all up there in Canada, as well as it will be for us here in America. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, Randy says it's been an interesting year for news junkies for sure. It's been a very interesting year for news junkies and junkies alike. For everybody, I would say it's been an interesting year for the whole group, both of those groups. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Space Fraggle, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, good sir. He said, "Happy New Year to the LSA and the Enforcers."
And a happy new year to you as well. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And also said, what about the bombing of Bordeaux? That's kind of just a 12-day war in general. That was that whole event. And that also includes Operation Midnight Hammer. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to FIFA King, who puts in a 10. He said, "Happy New Year's, fellas, and Happy New Year to you." He said, thankful for y'all keeping me up to date on everything going on right now, happening in these times. And I retired, and Godspeed, gents.
And Godspeed to you, and I hope that things are going quite well for you, and a big Happy New Year's to you, and thank you for the kind words and enjoying the show. And with that, a huge thanks to you once again. And you know, Matthew, it just hit me, Matthew. This was crazy because I was sitting there thinking, I was like, you know, the Middle East has always been kind of a big topic, and I was like, you know, it's kind of crazy. It's been a big topic for 2 whole years because October 7th of 2023 was basically when the Middle East entered our news coverage as kind of like a permanent fixture. That was over 2 years ago now. That was 2 years ago and roughly 3 months. So 2 years and 3 months ago, that entered our news cycle pretty much as a permanent fixture every day.
Yeah, it is crazy. Honestly, I was scanning back through all the stuff. You don't realize how much time passes between these events, like covering them. There's so much stuff going on all the time that you lose track of how these big events and when they happen. Like, can you believe it was a year ago? You remember when that Russian cargo vessel like split in half in the Black Sea? You remember that?
Yeah, and spilled out all the oil into the Black Sea. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was a year ago. Like it feels like it was just like 6 months ago or something. That was an entire year ago when that happened, right there. And also the whole thing with Russia launching IRBMs that happened a year ago as well. That's wild.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy to think about it, man. It's like even crazier to think that the Middle East, we've been like, I got to be honest with y'all, folks. The Middle East always kind of feels like it plays second fiddle to everything else in my mind that we cover here on the show. But what's crazy about that, though, is that the Middle East has technically been the most successful news coverage that we've ever done in channel history every single time. And then on top of that, the other thing that's crazy about that is that we've been doing that for 2 years now. Like out of the 4 years this channel has been running, 50% of that time, the Middle East has been in the news basically every day. It's really weird when I think about that because I always feel like the Middle East was just introduced as a news topic very recently, and it's basically been around for half of the time the show's been on. So that's really weird, honestly, kind of messing with my head. But with that, I hope it's in my head, man. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. And also, Mandy, how many do we have left?
We have about 20 left.
Damn. Okay. Well, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Precarious. And thank you very much for that support. They said Iran's vice president allegedly just resigned.
Oh, we'll have to look into that. And I do thank you so much for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also someone said, during the India and Pakistan conflict coverage, there was bot maxing in the chat. There was bot maxing from those two groups there. I'll be honest with you. I didn't really give a damn between those two countries in the first place very much, to be perfectly honest. I really don't now, because after the Pakistani government came out and said, oh, our condolences to Putin for that fake attack. And then Modi came out and said, our condolences to sweet Putin for that fake attack. I was like, okay. I was like, I didn't really care before, to be perfectly honest. I don't care, definitely not now. It's like, if those two countries start fighting again, U.S. needs to stay out of that whole situation. Like, we just need to step away, let whatever's going to happen, and just stay out of it.
I would honestly agree, folks. There's no point for us to even get involved in that. There was no point for us to even get involved back then. And also on top of that, folks, I'll be just completely frank. Over the past few months, ever since we covered that conflict, my opinion of those countries has plummeted. Like, just to be straight up, and also the fact that they had bots in here demanding for our channel to be deleted, both on the Pakistani side and the Indian side, just because we were trying to cover the news and we weren't doing Bollywood goofy stupidity in our news coverage. And that was enough reason to try and call for the banning of our show. I really don't like either one of those countries, to be straight up honest with y'all. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Tom Xman, who put in a 10. He said, we're going to super chat you right into the Happy New Year.
Hey, like it, honestly, it kind of seems like it, because we have gotten a humongous load of super chats tonight. I got to thank everyone so much for supporting the channel tonight. And I got to thank you for supporting it as well, because y'all help us to keep our lights on and have that delicious Costco chicken or lobster mac, which I've been feasting on primarily for the past day, really too. But still, a big thanks to you once again. Hope that I was dressed out well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to David Long, and David put in a 10. He said, you guys have regularly been beating Fox News and others, and as far as you know, what is the highest ranking that you've received? And curious, where does tonight rank?
The highest ranking that we've ever received within the United States was, I believe, the number 3 slot out of all the live streams running in America on a single day. I think the highest we ever got was number 3. So that was actually pretty cool. We literally topped the charts in the top 3. We've never made the top show. Like, we've never made the number 1 slot on the ratings. But if we look right now, I'm sure, let me see here. Let me go pull up the folks who do the analyzing on that. Let me go see what our ratings were for last night. Probably not that high. I wouldn't think. It's probably like in the top 70. But we'll see. Let me see if it'll load here. Oh, actually, no. We were number 46 in America yesterday. I don't really look at this a lot anymore. Like, for a while, when I found out about this, I checked the ratings every day and be like, where are we at? And, you know, we're usually up here in the top 50. But we were in the top 50 yesterday, and generally we're usually somewhere in between the top 60 to the top 30. And very commonly, we're around the top 50s spot, somewhere around there. So, yeah, crazily enough, we were 46 yesterday, and we'll probably be somewhere in the 50s or 60s for today. But that's the highest we ever made. It was number 3. I wish we could find the specific day that happened and show that, but I don't think they go back that far. So sadly, I wouldn't be able to show you all that. But still,
and what were we yesterday?
We were number 46 in the United States.
That's pretty solid.
I mean, that's pretty solid. Who in the world was above us and who was below us? So, let's see. A lot of channels I actually don't really recognize. There's millions of channels. The
steak.
What? Dude, we got competition here, like in the city for viewership.
Oh, that was the fella passed away.
Yeah, they're having like their meeting, I believe, to pick the new president. But the Associated Press beat us yesterday. But you know, that's like a you know, founded sort of group. But below us on the ratings would be let's see, anyone that we know. The Nashville Bird Cam, you know, if you're into birds or something. Let's see. That guy. Let's see here. Were we like the only news channel yesterday rather than Associated Press that even hit the charts at all? Because I'm not seeing. Oh, there's PBS NewsHour.
Iran International's on there.
Oh, wow, at number 89. And PBS NewsHour is at number 90. Damn, dude, we were one of only 4 news channels in the whole country yesterday to even get in the top 100 in the charts. And we were number 46.
Yes, that's something else right there. I think the people are watching and we're getting up high in the charts because I think we're one of the few options left.
Damn, man.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, folks? This is the thing that gets me. All of these mainstream channels out there that are very zealous. They're like, if you probably asked them if they would ever address it, like what their opinion of us was, they'd probably just scoff or laugh or something, even though we beat them in the ratings because they're that arrogant. They literally have been barely covering what's happening in Iran, hardly at all. Like, I have hardly seen any newspaper headlines, except for maybe like here and there, they'll say, oh, there's a riot happening in Iran or something. They're not giving this the due coverage that it deserves. Iran's on the brink of collapse. And just like the whole situation with NATO and Russia, when Russia was literally firing drones over into Poland, very little coverage. It's crazy to me how these people even call themselves journalists anymore when they don't give this stuff proper coverage, and yet they still yap about politics all day.
Yeah, it's really crazy, and it really shows folks how fed up people are with that when we're number 46 and we're not a multi-billion-dollar news company with hundreds or thousands of employees that are trying to help a couple of talking heads to read off of a script on air on something that they've hashed several thousand times over since about 2016 or so. So, you know, honestly kind of crazy. But yeah, that's where we were in the charts yesterday. This, like, I gotta say this again. I haven't looked at this in a long time, like, at all. Like, I used to look at this back earlier this year, basically every day, and I'd usually bring it up on the show nightly. But then I completely stopped looking at it because I was just like, oh, we're up there all the time in this spot. But it honestly is kind of crazy, folks, because we are just 2 folks. That's it. Like, the people you're hearing on air right now, which is me and Matthew, we're literally the only 2 people who work on the show. We have no employees. We do not contract with anyone. It's just us. And we have somehow been able to get this thing on up into the top 50 shows in America nightly on YouTube, just the 2 of us, and we don't have to have a giant company of people behind us to do that. That's crazy, honestly. And I gotta say, A huge thanks to everyone who has been enjoying the show and who has been watching it tonight as well and yesterday, because it's really crazy to know that so many of y'all are here with us all the time, to the point that we are one of the top 50 shows or top 30 shows in America basically daily. And to think, Matthew, that someone recently wanted to tell us that it's all make-believe and doesn't count. That's crazy, you know? It's like, that's
crazy right there. That's wild, isn't it? And also, you know, one thing that I can guarantee you that mainstream people would mock us about, they'd be like, well, they're not the professional with the way they say it. It's like, well, it's like, listen, yes, we have a unique style. Yes, it's not as polished as a mainstream channel, but I have a strong theory, and I think the numbers back us up on this, that the occasional corny joke that we say is forgiven by the fact that we actually provide real news to people and actually show people real footage and things like that. And honestly, I think even though it is a little rough around the edges sometimes because we're not totally like, and once again, this is all live. We don't script anything, by the way. Mainstream anchors, they're reading off a paper, like a teleprompter. So they're not having to think on the spot. Like right now, everything we're saying is thought up on the spot off the top of the dome. The news anchors couldn't do that if they tried. And if in fact, they'd be like having a meltdown talking about do it live if they don't have a teleprompter. They freak out. They don't even know what to do. If a teleprompter goes out, they're in panic mode because they can't do it.
Dude, and then they'll do like a whole special on it, like in 3 weeks. So like the teleprompter went out, and our guy was smart enough he could string together a couple of sentences to get to the commercial break.
Yeah.
It's like, what? It's like, dude, we're doing this like every night, no script, nothing, just going in at it raw. Like we don't even, like the jokes aren't even planned. Like we don't have anything pre-planned when we do this every night. I sit here in my head, because like I'm the monologue guy, so I get to come up with basically the entire engine of the show, which is the monologue on air. And I sit here every night when I'm putting together, yeah, I'll do this and that, and then I'll move here. Okay, good. And then I get on air and I just completely wing the entire thing. So I just have to know a whole bunch of info to spurt off the top of my head for any topic. And then also the question segment. The question segment is literally roulette hour, because we don't know what people are going to be asking in the question segment. So not only do we do a 2-hour long news show, which basically no host on mainstream TV does, and also just does it unprompted and unscripted, but we also do an entire basically press pool hour and a half or 2 hours after that, to where anyone can ask us any question and we have to be able to try and answer that no matter what it is. Like you couldn't ask most people to do that. Like not to like hype us up or anything like that, or sound like we're the greatest, but you know, like not a lot of people really do that at all. And so, you know, like I'm highly honored to know that a lot of people really appreciate what we do here, because we try and put our backs into this thing, and I hope that it really does show. And so with that.
Also, who LFG said, what are your viewer retention rates? Also, by the way, I don't want to come off as like I'm bragging or something, because I'm not intending to like sound arrogant. We don't want to be like the mainstream news where we're like, we are the trusted name in news. It's like, well, that's up for the viewers to decide, not for you to tell the viewers that you're the most trusted. So, you know, that's something that's up for the people. But our viewer retention stats and also our YouTube stats are some of the highest stats of any YouTube channel on the entire platform. Like that's the retention rates that we have. It's stuff that would make even the largest, most subscribed channels mouth water if they look at the stats. Like we compete way above our weight when it comes to a YouTube channel, which is also a testament to apparently we must be doing something right, because the people are watching for a long time. Everybody here in the chat and also that is here with us tonight chose to watch us over other places. So that's what we're always chasing. We're always trying to chase how to make the show better, how to make it flow better, and things like that. And even though we don't discuss everything on the air, we do tweaks in the background to sort of make it flow that is not even said on the air. So we study that stuff tremendously, like every other YouTuber does. We study the stats. We look at everything, just like everybody else.
Well, I mean, actually, if they want to see what the viewer retention is, I can literally show you all the last video on air and what it did. The viewer retention on it was 47.5%. Which is very high, because that means for every single viewer, they are watching about half of the video. Usually a lot of people shoot for that as like a perfect metric. A lot of YouTube channels, from what I've heard, get around 40% or 35%. Especially in this category, it could even be lower than that.
This is long form. This isn't short form, by the way. That's a 10-minute and 39-second view duration. That's not like a little 2-minute video. This is a long video.
Yeah, this is an incredibly long video. Like just to put this out there, I think the last time I ever listened to Mr. Beast interview where he talked to him. I think he said that the metric that they shoot for on viewership retention for their videos is 50% or slightly above that. So we're basically kind of like duking it out in the Mr. Beast viewer retention category on percentage viewed, at least from what I remember last hearing him say about what they shoot for as an ideal retention rate. And so it's actually kind of crazy because when people come in and they say stuff like your presentation is sloppy or it's crap, it's like, do we really care? It's like, no, because we have a whole bunch of analytics that we get behind the scenes like this that lets us actually know if our presentation is crap. Because there are some videos that we do make where the retention can be like 37% or 35%. We'll actually look at that and look at the viewership retention graph and see where it fell off or why it fell off, and then try and perfect that later to make sure that the presentation is basically pure craftsmanship. Like a lot of what we do is absolutely designed to try and make sure that people are enjoying these as much as possible, and that's completely shown through the statistics. If people are watching half of a video, then that video is great. If there are hundreds of thousands of people watching a video, that's incredibly great. Our like ratio on every single one of our videos is around 97.5% to 98.9%. So there is literally nobody, statistically, that doesn't like our videos. Basically, everyone who watches them likes them.
Also, something else that I've realized in the past, and I'll occasionally, because people will occasionally ask me, like in person and things like that, it'll be like, well, how do you stack up with the mainstream channels? I'll be like, we compete with your like most well-known mainstream news channels. They'll be like, what, really? They'll be like, I don't know. But here's to show you all the numbers. I won't name the channel, but there's one channel. Honestly, there's only two channels left that do news anymore, if you can call it that. It's more like political commentary. But one of them that is 3 letters, I'll just say that. They get 396,000 total day viewers. We hit that number every single day, by the way. Between our short war video and our stream, we're hitting that number right there between those two. So we're competing with the entire total daily viewership of the mainstream news channels on this single YouTube channel. We're 2 people. We're not 1,000 people. We're 2 people. So not bragging or anything like that, but that just goes to show you how bad mainstream media is dropping the ball if everybody is flooding here instead of there.
Yeah, like it definitely shows, folks. And so I hope that answers your question well about where we sit in the ratings usually in America. So with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. But I think you can tell we're really proud of what we do and we take a lot of pride in it. And usually our statistics back that up, usually to the hilt every time. I don't like, this is not to sound at all like we're full of ourselves or narcissistic or anything, but when, like, we know we're doing good because the statistics show, every analytic shows that we do good at what we do. So when people, like, so when people sit there and say something like, oh, you suck at what you do, it's like, yeah, whatever. It's like, you think I believe that? It's like, if we sucked at what we do, why in the world were we the largest show on air when the United States bombed Iran? We got 2 million views on that live stream. We outdid literally every other person on the platform, including CNN, Fox, MSNBC, CBS, and basically every other freelance YouTuber that was doing that. It's like, if we didn't do a good job, there wouldn't have been that many people around to watch. And also, a lot of them stayed. I mean, there was a huge influx of people who were still watching the show today, right now, who came in watching us on that coverage and thought that we were good enough that they'd stick around to stay for good. So, that's like, honestly, that's why, like, criticism of the show, like, we're just like, whatever. It's like, you think you're gonna get under his skin. And usually I address it to get a kick because like, people sit there and say, well, also I'll address this. People say, oh, the best way to get attention from the enforcers is to say something the opposite. The reason why I address that, though, is because addressing someone who agrees with you, there isn't really a lot to work with there, because if they just say, I agree with you 100%, it's like, okay, well, that's it. It's like, there's not really a lot to work with there for conversation. But if someone sits there and says something like, you suck, or something else along the lines like you don't know what you're talking about, there is something to work with there, because then you can argue against that, and then there's an actual argument or conversation to be had. So that's generally why I do that, just to explain that as well. It's so that way I can come up with something to say, because otherwise, if I only address people who 100% agree with me, there's not really a lot to say there, because we're already on the same page. So, nothing to even speak on, because we're all at the same spot on the same boat. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Andrew Barbaro, who just threw in a massive $200 support a moment ago. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that massive support right there. And we do appreciate that very, very much. The largest super chat of the night. And he said, for your New Year resolutions.
Hey, thank you so much for the support to the New Year's resolutions. Actually, crazily enough, we've been on air long enough, folks, that in about 25 minutes, it's going to be New Year's Day here on this show on our time zone and Mountain Time. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping us, Andrew Barbaro, to be able to get ready for those New Year's resolutions because I've got plenty. I'm going to become a modern major general. I'm going to get very fit. I'm going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger up in this bee. I'm going to do all kinds of crazy stuff, all kinds of cool stuff. And it's going to be great this year. This year is going to be a crazy year. And the coverage is going to be incredible, folks. It's going to be unbelievable. So we're going to get ready for it. And also, folks, this is the year of Hot Dog Man's demise. He's like basically getting canceled right now on Twitter. So like it's already starting to shape up to be a great year because I think Hot Dog Man is about to fade away into obscurity because he's getting canceled right now. So I think it's going to be
demise is the wrong word, by the way. You mean downfall.
Oh, well, downfall, demise, like, I've heard people use demise for people's, like, YouTube channels or careers basically fizzling into non-existence. But it's going to be a great year, folks. It's going to be an incredible one. So, with that, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to BLK Tornado, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, BLK, for that support. He said, been watching y'all for years, and Happy New Year's, and LLT, LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for watching us for years. And we are happy to know that you're still here with us, and hopefully here with us for a couple of more years to boot. So a big thanks to you so much once again. Happy New Year's to you, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from FIFA King, who said the improv is authentic and aligned with the stories y'all talk about. And that I can say for a fact, and probably rattles through the barracks. And I used to be in that fam.
Oh, and that's really cool to hear. And thanks to you for the support, and thanks for the kind words. Hopefully the improv sounds well. And there's always little hiccups with improv, like repeated lines. Like for some reason, some people have been getting onto that whole "to be honest" thing. To be honest infers that you might lie sometimes. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to say? Like, it's like that's just a way to segue into saying something without just blurting it out. But still, a huge thanks to you for enjoying it. It still has its quirks. We try and work on those a little bit. But I thank you massively for enjoying the show and finding it worth its salt. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. And also, man, are we going to be getting that one from Mark Ead?
That one's coming up next. And this one does go to Mark Ead, who puts in a 50 once again. And thank you very much, Mark, for that support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Mark said, sir, LSA, New Zealand.
I gotta thank you greatly for the support. People have been calling me up and going, sir, New Year's is about to be 23 minutes from now. Isn't that great? And I go, oh, New Year's, that's a great time, a wonderful time. 2026 is going to bring a lot of opportunities for me personally. It's going to be a wonderful time, I can assure you. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Mark Ead, because it wasn't for folks down in New Zealand, we wouldn't be able to keep the show alive. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one here is going to go to none other than Live, Laugh, Toaster Bath, who puts in an 8. Thank you very much once again. They said also last night's super chat was a low joke about the British during the Troubles. LOL. Dark, I know. And LSA.
Oh, I see. The Troubles. The British always have like these cutesy little names for stuff. Like the Malayan emergency, the Troubles. Like they're literally straight up wars. Like it's like, and they'll call them something like that. Like imagine folks, if Britain was the one to have led the invasion into Afghanistan, they would have called it the Trouble with Mountain Men or something like that. It's like, what? Like, I gotta say, I really do like the way the British name wars because it honestly really downplays what in the world's actually going on. Like, Margaret Thatcher came under direct mortar fire at 10 Downing Street from a speedboat on the Thames, and instead of calling that the war against, the war on Irish terror or something like that, they just call it the Troubles. And just leave it like that. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cachulian343, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Cachulian, as well. They said, like I said yesterday, crowbars and sticks. And when you can only live 3 days without water and less in the desert, you have little to lose and less to fear.
Oh yeah, I would definitely agree, and that probably is something that's propelling some of these people on forward a little bit more than they would have been normally. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Make a Mill 619, who put in a 5. They said, the alpha here is amazing, and I'm fairly new to this. And what is LSA?
And the LSA is the Lee Spring Army, is the community of this channel. And there's a lot more to it, but I'll just leave it at that because we're starting to run short on time, and I want to make sure to get to everyone else and also a couple of live chats too. But the LSA is the community of this channel, and also a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope you have a happy New Year's. We're about to have ours in 20 minutes. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Elka, who said, rebellions arise across the heartlands, and tensions increase in the rimlands, and economies collapse, and World War III soon. And a 9.9 in the December Bliat scale, and Happy New Year.
And a happy New Year to you, and thank you for the status report. We're greatly appreciative of it, and we thank you for being here with this channel still, and helping us to keep this thing rolling into a brand new year. You know something, Matthew? You know something? I'm gonna make a big ask here, Matthew. Do you think we could be on air until we hit New Year's in our time zone, so that way we can at least round it out on a New Year's?
Man, I don't know about being on here until next year.
Man, I mean, I'm dedicated to that grind, man. I'll be here till next year, man. Like, if do y'all want us to be on?
I'm gonna be on this stream for all year, and I'm going to film it and show you all.
Hold up, let me. I just put these two guys in Salt Lake City, and they have to stay on a live stream until next year, or they're going to lose $500,000.
And then wait, you have to imitate it. By the way, whenever that goes on, then the viewers are just like, that slop. I tell you what, give us more slop. They said, sir, dish it up, sir. They said, come on, man. They said, come on, sir, dish it up.
You forgot you have to have the sidekicks. Whoa, dude, they're like heckin' tired, bro. Like, you know, some stuff like that from time to time, just to add into it. Quick camera cuts. You got to build up a little bit of suspense. I think you also have to have 3 subplots going on in those videos as well. You know, where you have to have like 3 other things going on and then hop back to the original one every once in a while. Just to make sure that you keep things interesting.
They said, sir, they have small attention spans, sir. You got to make sure you have those jump cuts. You got to make sure that you jump the cuts because you don't want to have people jumping away from the video. They're going to say, sir, I have the attention span of a mosquito. Some say the mosquito is an old-fashioned term, mosquito. They used to show up and poke people in the arm. They didn't like those things. They said, spray some of that bacteria on them and get rid of them, those mosquitoes, those bastards. They'd come up and get you and stuff. They'd carry that West Nile. They called it Nile. They said, sir, where'd it come from? They said it must have come from the West Nile, or they wouldn't call it that. But anyways, you know, you gotta watch out for those mosquitoes. They said, sir, bzz, bad noise, bad mosquitoes. They suck.
Man,
Your blood.
Your blood. Man, speaking of short attention spans, we cannot go, folks, without mentioning the Bureau. The Bureau, when it's in action, sleeping. When some kid goes up to Minnesota and checks out a Somali daycare, oh shit, get the rage going. Like, it's like, wait a minute, they took that? It's like, wait a minute, they weren't on top of that already?
They said, sir, they weren't sleeping, sir. They were just waiting for an expose. They said, we like to expose. We like to show what's going on. Transparency. It's a beautiful thing. Just don't turn it into a list, or otherwise it might have to be put under the stack of papers and maybe burned and disposed of and shredded. Never seen a light of day, that list. Oh, we hate lists. They said, sir, when I was young, they were always talking about, sir, make a list. I said, no list. I don't want to see that list. Get it out of here. It's that nasty list. They said nasty, terrible things. It's nasty what they're doing on that list. I'm telling you.
I gotta be honest with y'all. I had a heart attack near Christmas. I heard the song. They said, sir, you have to listen to the song. It's very concerning. And it went like, you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming.
I think Disney's going to hire you for a long, man, with these musicals you keep doing.
But let me just finish before you complain about the songs. They sat there and they played that part of the song, and I said, oh, that's not too big of a deal. And then they said, he's making a list, checking it twice. I said, oh my God, get him out of here. Depart him. He's got to go back to the North Pole. We cannot have a list and checking it twice. The whole thing's redacted. You can't even see the names. But beyond that, though, I hope that does address that somewhat well. because we cannot have Santa having lists. That's not a good thing. We don't have those. Those are hoaxes. You're all on the good list. That's just how it works. No naughty list and no coal. But if it is coal, it's clean, beautiful coal. Clearly, everyone knows that coal is very clean. That's why when it burns, it makes a lot of smoke, because that's clean smoke. It actually makes the air better. But anyways, with that, we are
also
on...
shout out to General Kellogg.
Oh, yeah, shout out to General Kellogg. It's just random shout out for the General. Yeah, shout out to General Kellogg. Cool.
Hey, let's go General Kellogg.
Hey, he's a cool guy. You know, he's pretty neat. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Some say that they call him an idiot, but I don't think he's an idiot. I think General Kellogg sounds like he's the only one left with any sense. That's what I think personally. It sounds like he was the bravest one to speak up and say the truth. And they said, what a damn idiot for telling the truth, you damn clown.
But anyways, jumping to our next super chat. This one goes to Engineer MD, who puts in a 5. They said the Kiwis have amongst the best women's rugby teams. Need more women like that. Not beauty, but queens.
I gotta say,
Interesting.
very interesting to hear, and I'm glad to know of your opinion of the New Zealand rugby teams. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping the show to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to JD, who put in a 10. And thank you very much, JD, for that support. And also that's spelled Jaydee, not JD like the letters, but JD.
Is that a couch?
So thank you. Hey, get away. We got the warranty with this couch. Don't ruin it. Anyways.
Is that a lazy boy? Oh, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
It's looking plush.
Uh-oh. Whoa, I mean, call that thing a lazy boy, but that couch has got curves. It's like, oh no. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I think Engineers Super Chat got all the women in the chat triggered because I'm seeing a lot of WTFs coming in the chat right now. But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Access Denied, who puts in a 5. He said, Sergeant Access Denied, reporting in. And I wish everyone in here a Happy New Year's and cheers. And glory to the LSA, glory to Ukraine, I'm ending the transmission.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. And I thank you so much for the support, and long live the LSA, long live the Republic, long live Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, and also a Happy New Year's to you and the whole of the LSA as well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Craig Savaris, who puts in a 5. He said, at Enforcers, here's wishing you a Happy New Year to bring more moderate Iranian nation without the morality police and the political prisons.
Oh, hopefully. Yeah, that would hopefully be the case. Wouldn't that be nice, folks, if they didn't have the morality police anymore in Iran? You know, they outlaw the playing of music in places like Iran, you know, because that's haram. That's crazy, you know. That's crazy, folks. You know, not to have the freedom to do what you want like that. Here in America, you have the freedom to do whatever you want. At least within reason. Of course, you can't commit crimes, but you can do whatever you want. You can play music. You can believe whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. People don't realize how great that is until they don't have it. And that's why the people in Iran right now are getting shot right now and injured and killed, is because they want what we have. So you better count your blessings, folks, here in America, because you could end up, you know, through your own bad judgment of what you would like and, you know, wanting a dictatorship in one way or the other. You could end up in a situation like those people in Iran where you have to end up taking a bullet to try and get those rights we have right now back that many people take for granted. But still, a big thanks to you so much for the support and humble this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Are you sure they've outlawed music? Because I could swear that I hear music playing through the streets sometimes over there. Like that whole...
Oh, that's the call to prayer.
Oh, okay. They don't call it... That's not considered music?
No, that's not... That's a call to prayer. That's not like...
That sounds like music to me. Sounds like singing.
Technically, that's not music to them. like that's a call to prayer. You know, that's like church bells being a song. You know, it's like, is that really a song, or is that more so like the chiming of the hour?
I think it is a form of music.
Well, I mean, you know, like, I don't think a lot of people look at it like that, you know, like, not a lot of people go, oh, yes, that's the song, the Bells song, you know, I'm going to listen to that one on Spotify. Like, you know, I don't hear of a lot of people going, you know.
No, it is music. No, I'm right. It says vocal or instrumental sounds, possibly both, combined in such a way to produce form, harmony, and expression of emotion. It's music.
1 second. Let me go. Let's see. Okay,
I can do it again if you need to hear it again.
So the Islamic call to prayer, the Adhan, isn't considered music in the Western sense. It's a sacred vocal recitation of Allah's words, not entertainment. So it doesn't fit the definition of music. That's why
Who said that?
that was the AI overview.
Oh, I don't like to listen to AI.
So let me go and get another one. Well, here's the Islam Stack Exchange. I don't know what the hell that is, but they're saying it's not a song either. It's a call to prayer. It's just a melodical call to prayer, but technically not a song according to their definition. It seems as
Well,
though
I mean, they don't get to define music. I mean, it says form and harmony. I mean, that's music. It's vocal. So, I mean, they may not like to call it music, but it is music.
I mean, dude, would you listen to that on Spotify in your car? That's how I qualify music, and the answer to that is absolutely not. So, I mean, like I would say I'm hard pressed to call that music because would you sit in your car and listen to that? Like it's
Well,
like
I'm not Muslim.
well, yeah, but I mean, like, would they listen to that just riding around? They wouldn't either. Like that's like basically like a utilitarian thing to them. That's their
I
call to
saw.
prayer.
Now that I think about it, I saw a guy go on to American Idol and actually do that on American Idol, which is obviously a music thing. So I saw a guy go on there. In fact, he was having such a hard time doing it, he actually broke out laughing every time the judges looked at him when he was trying to do it.
Huh. Interesting. But beyond that, let me pull this up. Is music outlawed in Iran? So yeah, it's basically heavily like music concerts are prohibited in every form in Iran, and any sort of public playing of any music is strictly regulated, and it basically has to be some sort of a very religious song, specifically of the Shiite sect of the Islamic faith, or it's basically completely not allowed, and it has to be traditional.
Does T Swift qualify?
Who is that?
Taylor Swift.
No, Swifties don't count. Like that's for,
Oh well,
for
I mean, maybe they have a point.
Uh-oh.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh no,
I'm
you're gonna
joking.
bring down the mob on us. They're coming. Oh god. Like, oh no. Folks, that's something right there. That was stepping on a landmine right there, folks. We might actually have to pay penance on that one. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Boycott China, who puts in a 5. Who said light a fire in the West. We'll see here. If you plan to head from the east, paying Putin 200 billion to go in Ukraine and Poland as something, and Taiwan equal art of war.
And I thank you for the support and sharing your input on that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Joppy, who puts in a 5 and said, Finland is a young country. And 2, it's not a Scandinavian country. 3, Scandinavia is Sweden, Norway, and Denmark only.
Hold up, let me pull this up here. Am I getting that wrong? Let's see here. Wow.
Scandinavia is wherever IKEA is.
Let's see here. Well. Let's take
Volvo?
a view template. No.
Hey, somebody didn't finish their website right.
Printable PDF for free. Edit and save.
Oh.
But it's like, well, we get PDFs for free on the software. It's like, I think I'm good. But anyways, the map shows Scandinavia, a region in Northern Europe comprising the Scandinavian Peninsula, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Karelia, and the Kola Peninsula. So, I mean, that's saying Finland is Scandinavian. Let's take a look at another source here. Let me take this off screen again and go find another. We'll go to Wikipedia. What's the Wikipedian answer? Let's see. So, Scandinavia is a sub-region in Northern Europe with strong historical, cultural, and linguistic ties between its constituent peoples. Scandinavia most commonly refers to Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. It sometimes can also refer to the Scandinavian Peninsula, which excludes Denmark but includes a part of northern Finland. In English usage, Scandinavia is sometimes used as a synonym for Nordic countries, which includes Finland, and that's how I use it. So you technically are correct in a sense, but the term Scandinavia, at least according to Wikipedia and also according to other sources, generally includes either the whole of Finland, a part of Finland, or can be used to interpret or generally understand to be Finland included just by default, as it's generally used as a synonym for all of those countries within that area. Because it'd be really weird to say Scandinavia and then Finland. That's like, that would be like it just complicates the wordage, because when I say Scandinavia, most people think of Norway, Sweden, and Finland, at least here in the United States. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cruder Dragon, who put in a 5. And thank you very much, Dragon, for that support. And we also have a 2 from Vulture. We have a Dragon and Vulture here in the same chat. And Vulture said, Happy New Year and glory to the LSA.
Hey, and Happy New Year to you, and a long live to the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never truly die. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sully Canuck, and he puts in a 10 Canadian, and thank you very much, Sully, for that support. He said, Happy New Year, boys, from your Royal Canadian Navy veteran, a.k.a. it's now considered a bad organization by the Iranians.
I got to tell you, honestly, for the Iranians to call anyone a terrorist organization, honestly, especially for Western groups like the Canadian Navy, honestly, that's kind of a badge of honor. I don't even know what they did to get that designation from the Iranians, but it certainly wasn't anything that would be a war crime, because, the Royal Canadian Navy is it runs a tight ship, pun intended, in the modern day, along with the U.S. Navy. But a big thanks to you for the support from our Royal Canadian Navy veteran here from London, Ontario. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dr. Nola, who puts in a 2, and said, at this point, the Iranians have nothing to lose.
And I would have to say I agree, especially for the population. They definitely have nothing to lose. I wouldn't doubt that at all. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And let's see. And also, Quantifier said Finland is not a part of Scandinavia. You should use Nordics if you are talking about them. I mean, let me look at that again. I'm going to have to, like, folks, whenever anyone says that I might be incorrect on something, I need to know if I actually am. Let me go see. So, let's see here. I mean, actually, a lot of them do, like, some of them don't include Finland, others do. So I think it's kind of interchangeable. Like, I think that's something that's more so just open to debate. And Matthew, I mean, like, I don't know about you, but I've always considered Finland to be a part of the Scandinavian nations. So I'm just going to keep working with that, because that's generally what we've understood over here, at least from what I know.
I'll be honest, I'm not an expert on this topic here, but when I thought of Scandinavia, I thought of Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. That's what I always thought of.
Yeah, so a lot of people say it's just Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And then some people include Finland. And then some people even include Iceland. Like, that map included Iceland as well. So I think it's really any one. Like, you can, let's see. Scandinavian. Why in the world is that one of the popular search options? Like, bro, Scandinavian people, Scandinavian go. Scandinavian pronunciation. It's like, what the hell? It's like, why is that, like, the most popular search option for Scandinavia? Anyways. Wait, hold up. People also search for Finland. So apparently, I guess a lot of... Let's see. Let me just type this in. Is Finland...
I mean, people are searching for a lot of things. I mean, some people are searching for Finland. Some people are searching for meaning. I mean, people search for a lot.
So it looks like... Let's see. The very northern part is Scandinavian.
Oh!
What?
Oh my God! Somebody just blew up a something over here. Like, damn, that was loud. There's a lunatic over here, actually. What the hell is that?
Damn, bro, it sounds like you have what happened to me earlier, man. I tell you, man, the Israelis are up in the hood. like, man, I'm telling you, they dropping the 2,000.
Hey, what the hell kind of fireworks are they selling these days? They're selling like mortars. Like, what the hell? Like, this sounds like a freaking mortar.
Bruh, Netanyahu was up here going, this is what you want. you want a 2,000-pound bomb. You just go ahead and detonate it. But anyways, and so apparently, folks, the proper term would be Nordic. But I've always said Scandinavian. But I'm going to try and change that, folks, just for the folks who are geographically particular, which I'm one of those people. This is something new to me. I'll have to start calling it the Nordic nations from this point on. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, folks, we are 1 minute, 60
Oh.
seconds away from New Year's. New Year's, a brand
Holy
new time, a brand new 365 days in a row, 24 hours in a day, and such minutes. I don't know off the top of my head. We're about to start a brand new one, a new cycle, a whole new cycle. Some of us will make it through the year. And all of us hopefully will make it through the year. I hope. Oh man, I tell you what. But with that, folks, we have less than 60 seconds. I think 30 seconds at this point. I think
Less
Tom
than
Exner's
that
clock
even.
might be
Holy.
right here. 30 seconds. So let's stall here for a
Oh
minute.
my
Let's
God.
stall and wait here. I'm getting it. Oh man, I tell you what, the
Oh man,
anticipation
the
is killing me.
suspense! Another minute passing. Oh my God!
Oh
Wait,
man,
why in the world do they feel so long?
Oh,
Happy New Year! Oh, we did it. We've made it all for all the planets. Oh, yeah, it's like a damn musical in here. But beyond that,
Happy New Year.
happy birthday! But it's New Year. It's 2026. Oh my God, there's bombs going off outside. Holy moly. Like they're firing off the fireworks right on that very minute. It's crazy, folks. We've made it to a new year. I actually didn't think we'd be on air long enough to get to this point, folks, but here we are. We made it. We made it. So, let me just... They're lying to you, the liberal media.
Oh no, don't start it like that.
They're turning the freaking frogs. Oh man, we had to start off the new year with something interesting. But anyways, folks,
my New Year's resolution is I'm going to go deeper into schizophrenia. That's a new resolution, deeper into schizophrenia. Legalize comedy, legalize insanity.
what are you talking about, a lumpy pillow? Oh man. Look, Jack, that new year, you did the booze. Back in the day, man, when I was living in Scranton, they had a New Year's celebration. They all gathered around with their switchblades and their long knives, and they'd sit there and they'd cut each other, and they'd talk about how it's a blood bond for the new year. You gotta talk about healthcare. Anyways, folks.
I mean, look, man, come on. It's a new year. It's not an old year. I mean, it can't be old if it's new. You know, that's what they say. Brand new year brings brand new time and stuff. And, you know, you gotta be careful about new time because it takes time to get time, you know?
Look, you gotta understand. A guy in Missouri, he's on the river, and he the major shipping company, the number one, the elite, in the Himalaya mountains, Xi Jinping. You gotta talk about.
Something you had to remember about time is it's something that comes and goes at will. You got to remember that when you're going throughout your day, to remember to look at your watch and make sure you're not running overtime, and make sure you don't miss your doctor's appointment. And, you know, don't you got to trust your doctor. You know, you can't just be like a medical vigilante. You got to trust them. Be careful with acetaminophen. You got to be careful with it. Oh my God, they're blowing up mortars outside. It's terrifying what's going on outside right now.
Here in the wilds of YouTube, a large community of people in the thousands are listening to the enforcers lose their shit because they've been up running the stream for 4 hours. It is a truly magical moment for many people, and while some of them are enjoying this moment right now, many of them will go hungry. But anyways,
I think I'm the best impersonation of that voice, by the way. I'm not trying to be
What,
arrogant
RFK?
here, but yeah, I've never heard anybody impersonate that good. Like I see a guy's a professional impersonator. I saw him doing it today. His name's also Matt, and I was like, listen, he does great impersonations. Like y'all may know who he is, Matt Friend. He does great impersonations of everybody, but on that guy, I got him beat on that guy right there. I don't know how I can do that one that good. It's really weird how I can do that one so well. But I might have to go on a tour with that voice. I might have to.
You know, you might have to. But I saw someone sit there and say something about some guy on a subway. And listen, if you're under 30, if you're under 30, Cuomo's always flirty. like honestly, that guy cracks me up. Like, he's a great guy, by the way. I will say that, great guy at heart, but he is a funny guy. He is one hell of a character. But anyways, with that,
someone said, "Dude, Tom Cruise." That's an interesting one right there. I've never really heard of that one being requested before. But
like, how do you even do that when I don't even know? Like,
listen, Martha. You don't want to ask about things that you don't understand all the way. You have to get to a certain theta level before you understand what it means to be a person. Do you understand?
Man, I'll tell you, man. I tell you. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here our next one here goes to Vulture yet again. And thank you very much, Vulture, for that support. They said, One Piece, Rebellio in Iran. And Gen Z raising up.
A Gen Z rising up to the top? Oh, unheard of. Oh my God, imagine that. Man, you know, the millennials, they got beat down. It's our turn. Man, it's our turn, folks, to get beat down by those folks on the top. Listen, Dyatlov. Pressure's coming from the top. Next generation's got to go under. It's gonna be Generation Alpha or whatever. That's gonna be the one that rises to the top because they're the Sigma males, you know. Anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Hope you all enjoyed the crazy laugh there. I had to really put a lot of effort into try and make that sound truly unhinged. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
All right, and only one person caught on to my reference there. I was making a second ago. It was Who LFG. They caught on to it right there. They said, "Holy crap!" Honestly, holy crap. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Bruce Lee, who puts in a 2, who said,
"Hey, and thank you for the and thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running." Honestly, I sounded constipated when I tried to do the quack, so that probably was like, that's what it sounded like, man. Why the hell are you going whoa? I mean, well, it is what it is. That's what it sounded like. I'm telling you, I get no respect around here. Oh man, I'm telling you. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, Quantum Fighter said, "Your best impersonation is Jerry Seinfeld." That's a tough one. Like, you really have to work into that one. Like, I can just jump into the RFK one easy. Like, I can just jump into that one. I can jump into the president's impersonations easy. That Seinfeld one, I got to wind up for that. Like, that's a tough one. Like, even right now, trying to think about jumping into it, it's like my mind does not want to jump into it. But it goes something along the lines of, "You got to remember, they check in, but they don't check out." I'm not even doing it right. I sound like freaking Tucker Carlson, like halfway with that one. That doesn't even sound right.
I mean, I wish I could do it George Costanza, man. I was trying really hard to think about how to do it. You know, that little
dead silence after that.
Man,
left me hanging so bad.
Bro,
you were leaving me hanging. I was sitting there dangling.
Man, I was sitting there looking down on my desk, like mouth wide open, sitting there trying to think, how the hell do you even vocalize George Costanza? I was wanting to do that because I was wanting to do the little, you know, thing that he would do all the time. I can't do it though. Like, you know what I'm talking about.
I can't do any of those Seinfeld people, to be honest with you, man. I can't do any of them. Like, the thing you're talking about here was about as bad as that Jerry Seinfeld impersonation.
Honestly, but nobody gets as bad though, y'all, as the host on Wheel of Fortune when he tried to do like the Scooby-Doo voice to that one guy when he was like Scooby-Doo something, and he walked up to him, he was like, "Wow, you got that right," and then he went, like, it's like, that was absolutely terrible. Have you seen that before, Matthew?
Yeah, I think I have.
Oh, that was rough, man. Like, honestly, like whenever I think I bombed a voice impersonation, I always think of that moment right there on national television. I'm like, okay, I'm good. Like, you know, it can't get as bad as that. So, like, not the diss on that guy. He's a great host, but also that was a very bad Scooby-Doo. Like, I think we can all agree on that. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Jeremy Vahill for putting in a.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that was so loud it set off the car alarms everywhere outside. I feel like I'm in Russia, people. I feel like a drone attack's happening and the car alarms going off. I think that might have gone and misfired and gone toward the ground. It's a disaster outside, like no lie.
Oh my God, I can hear him. I can hear him.
Can you hear it?
Your mic, yeah, it's just like really faint. But when you're talking, you can hear that beep, beep, beep in the back.
Bro, I've got like incoming mortar fire at my place right now. Like, apparently, you know, you see those videos where they malfunction, they like go back toward the ground and explode. Like, I think that just happened outside because all the car alarms along the street are going off, and I heard a loud bang a second ago. So hopefully nobody's getting in a shootout or something out there or something. Hopefully that's a mortar that misfired or something. But I tell you, that's rough.
Bro, I gotta try and find that. Yo, this should have been your reaction.
Oh man, I tell you what, I'm sitting right here right now. I'm facing out the window. And I'm sitting here in horror.
Bro,
Yeah, look, that sounded just like that. I sounded just like it.
oh my god, man. Bro, now you know what I was going through earlier, man. Literally the whole building shook 3 times from those explosions outside. I was like, damn, like, you know, we really are in Russia tonight. I was like, this is crazy, folks. We're like basically in TWAPs and stuff. But anyways,
Honestly, I would never sound like that. Like I would just honestly I'm just staring out the window right now. I'm just kind of like, damn. Like that's all I'm like. I'm not really overreacting to this very much. I'm like, well, I think somebody's car might have just gotten blasted outside. It's not mine. If it was mine, I'd be maybe throwing hands right now if it was my car, but it's not mine. It's just somebody else's. So unfortunately, condolences to them. I think Betsy the car has just had a little bit of a problem here.
Dude, you got a reenactment of that Moscow car situation that happened a couple of days ago with that general, you know, that was in charge of the training directorate. I'm like, bro, it's like that's what happened in your place. Oh man, but anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one, I can't remember if I shouted it out or not, but a shout out to Jeremy Hill who put in a 2 and Plazat who put in a 1, and we appreciate you very much, the both of you, for that support. And we also got a 5 from Joppy who said, easiest voice from Seinfeld to do is a soup guy, so at least you can probably try that one from the show.
No soup for you. Yeah, that one's like kind of easy, but I have to like do it really loudly to get it right because he was loud. But you know the best one, honestly, the easiest one to do from Seinfeld is Banya. Look, Jerry, it's an Armani suit. You gotta, the soup's not a meal. The soup's not a meal, Jerry. You know, like, that one's an easy one to do because it's just basically high-pitched and fast. But every other one is, like, impossible to do for me for some reason. I just can't do them. But still, a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is actually going to be a live chat question. But first of all, we got to get our Morse code decoders. That is the end of our super chats, by the way. So a huge shout out to everybody that super chatted the channel tonight. And we do appreciate that very much on New Year's Day now, because it's now 12/11. But anyways, jumping into our Morse code decoders, we had Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Johnny Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garbo, Harrella Fluffiness, Coach Coppertech, Cy, Brian Blairstown. And they said, the Morse says, Iran is collapsing somewhat rapidly. Great heavens, this is all quite sudden. And LOT, LSA.
Man, I was trying to do like that guy, man, that you showed me on that meme who like spit out the alcohol. He's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It hit the back of the throat right suddenly.
Man, that guy, I don't know if y'all seen that, but that guy on that British show, he was like drinking a little bit of alcohol or something. They said, take a sip. So he took a final sip of it, and his eyes went wide. And then all of a sudden he went and spewed it all over the table and said, oh, I'm sorry. It hit the back of the throat rather suddenly. Pardon me. And he spit the alcohol everywhere.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It hit the back of the road rather suddenly. it's like, yo, you don't have to apologize so formally over this. But anyways, with that, Matthew, are we getting into the live chats?
It's time for the live chat questions. And our first one here goes to Old Warrior Fella, who said, any word on if Israel is arming the Iranian rebels?
No, not officially, but we would assume that they most likely will be arming them soon. You can't have a dinner without an entree. Heavens. But anyways, with that, I hope that it's addressed that well. And we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Vollinger, who said, will Israel use the instability in Iran as an opportunity to strike them, or will they lean back and hope that Iran collapses in on itself?
In situations like these, you don't want to give the nation a reason to unify, so the Israelis might just sit back and watch this all go down and try and instigate it to see that the country falls apart a little bit quicker. So I think this might be a reason for the Israelis to kind of sit back and wait and see what happens. And so I hope that does address that well, and with that we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be AF Kaplan, who said, if the people of Iran are able to overthrow the current regime, who or what do you think is going to fill that power vacuum that's left behind?
Oh, it's always hard to say, you know? It's really hard to say, actually. It could be anyone. But it won't be whatever is there right now. That's guaranteed. It won't be a repeat of this. It'll be something else. Especially if these people practically have complete and absolute control on what the country turns into, the rebels at least. They'll probably turn it into either some form of a monarchy, a lot like the Shah of Persia, or they'll try and turn it into some form of a democracy. Although, I'll be honest with y'all, democracies do not have a great success rate in the Middle East. So it'll probably end up becoming some form of a monarchy, highly likely. But it won't be an extremely radical Islamic one like the current one right now. So with that, I hope that does address that well, folks. And we've reached the end of tonight. Would you believe it? We've made it to New Year's, folks. Sadly, we won't be celebrating the New Year's for everyone on the Pacific Coast. I'm very sorry about that, but we did celebrate every other New Year's on the East Coast, the Central Time Zone, and the Mountain Time Zone. Ours is the Mountain Time. We thank you all once again for watching. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to have all of y'all here tonight, and quite a whopping crowd, I'll have to say. I mean, there was 12.8 thousand people here at the peak, and over the course of this entire stream, 125,000 people have watched it. We are greatly appreciative of each and every one of y'all spending your time here tonight, and we hope that y'all have a happy New Year with a great deal of success and hope. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, it'll be I, the Enforcer, who makes that short war video tomorrow. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukrainian, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, enjoy the rest of your New Year's night and New Year's Day tomorrow or today, depending on what time zone you're in. And also a huge shout out to the 125,000 plus people that tuned in on New Year's night, which is crazy viewership for tonight, way more than we were expecting. And we appreciate all of you for joining us on this night. Now that it is now 2026, we have a brand new year. It's now officially the start of it. So let's see how the first day goes starting tomorrow, and let's see what happens. Hopefully the nukes don't start flying tomorrow. But anyways, with that, we'll see you all tomorrow for the Daily Short War video if there is enough news to cover, and definitely at 10 p.m. Eastern on the next Nightly War News stream. And with that, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.